So welcome to the last round of the TePe Sigeman tournament. We have two very important games for the top placings. We have the game between Eljanov and Grandelius. Eljanov half a point behind Grandelius at this moment. And we also have the very important game between Blomqvist and Jobava. Blomqvist 1/2 point behind Jobava. So that could be big changes in the top. The third game, Donavalli against Short, is not affecting the top places. So let's see. We have the game between Eljanov and Grandelius. They have played 2 times before. It's 1-1, 1 win each, but they have always won with the white pieces. So now Eljanov is playing white, so maybe it's dangerous for Grandelius this time. Eljanov. He has been starting with e4, but it was not a big surprise that he wouldn't play this today against Grandelius. He wants to play something a little bit more slow and maybe not so theoretical. So he started with knight f3. Grandelius playing d5. And now Eljanov is playing e3. It's not the most common, of course, but it's played. And normally we will reach a normal opening later on because white will play c4 or d4 later on. And actually, I know there will be a new book by Axel Smith that will focus on these types of positions where I play an early e3, knight f3, e3, c4 against everything. This book will appear, I think, in a month or so, maybe even earlier, I don't know. So this is played. Grandelius played knight f6, and on c4, he answered c6. So he's prepared to play the Slav. Now if white wants, you can play d4 and it's a Slav immediately. Normally you play bishop g4 in this position. You could also play a6, this strange Shebanenko variation. And it seems like this is what Niels wants to play, because after knight c3 from Eljanov, Niels answered a6. And this probably has a connection with Carlsen playing like this. So this is probably a preparation from the match Karjakin against Carlsen. So Grandelius wants to play the a6 Slav. But white has not played d4. So maybe he can avoid d4, play something like b3 or... But if d4, then we have a normal Shebanenko. So it will be interesting to see what Eljanov chooses to play in the next move. Okay, the other game, which will decide who will win this tournament, is the game between Blomqvist and Jobava. Blomqvist played e4. Jobava, early in this tournament against Eljanov, played c5, but today, e5. And the Russian defense. So this is a solid opening choice from Jobava. Maybe he's satisfied with a draw, because then he will be shared first if Grandelius is not winning his game. He will, with this draw, be equal with Eljanov or Grandelius, except for the surprising result that Grandelius should win with black in the last game. So we have the Russian game. This is all normal theory, and here black has a choice. Should the bishop go to e7 or to d6? Different variations. Jobava choosing bishop d6. both player castle, which is normal, and then you should play c4, trying to undermine this knight on c3 and attacking the d5 pawn. Black defends with c6, and now knight c3, attacking this knight. Black exchange, and white takes back, of course. And now Jobava is thinking. There is two moves to choose from. Either do you take on c4, play something like this, and maybe develop the bishop to f5 or g4 maybe, or you can play this move immediately, bishop g4. But then white has the possibility to take on d5. This is also a well-known variation, not so popular anymore, but it's still played. So Jobava, after some thinking, took on c4. And Blomqvist, of course, will take back. And now bishop f5 or bishop g4, probably. So white has this center pawn, little bit more control in the center, some active pieces, but black is very solid. No weaknesses. In the last game, Dronavalli against Short, we have an Italian game. e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. And I should mention that they have only played once before, and then Dronavalli won with black against Short. It was in Gibraltar last year. Not this year, but last year she won against Short, so she's leading 1-0. She played bishop c4. And now black, of course, can choose bishop c5 or knight f6. Short played knight f6. He's not afraid of knight g5 because he knows all these variations, because he's playing it with white. He has done it before with white a lot. So he knows all these variations very well, probably. But Dronavalli played what is played the most, d3, and now the big choice for black. This bishop on f8, should it go to c5 or should it go to e7? If you go to c5, it's a little bit more active, but you always have to look out for this pin. If you go to e7, there is no pin to be afraid of, but maybe the bishop is not so active. Short played bishop e7, they castled, and rook e1 was played. And now d6, and now white must be very alert, because when this one is defended, now the knight is free to move and can catch this bishop. Black would be very happy to exchange this bishop, of course, for the knight. It's not possible to play here, of course, because then you could take the pawn. But as soon as this pawn is defended, then this is the next move, which you must take care of. So white played a4, just to give a square. And now Short put his bishop on e6, wants to exchange this bishop, and he's not afraid of this, because we will get this f-file, and this pawn is doing a great job defending some important squares. And white didn't take on e6, but played knight d2, so now it's possible to take back with a knight on c4. So this is what we have. No immediate action, developing the pieces, but an interesting game is probably coming from this. Now we will see Jobava. Now he is playing not what I thought. He is not developing his bishop, but he takes care of this square, playing h6. So no knight g5, no bishop g5, and maybe he can develop his bishop the next move instead. Bishop f5, bishop g4. And now we will see if this move surprised Blomqvist or not. So white could react the same way. Play h3, stopping the bishop from reaching g4. Then we have to play bishop f5, or develop the knight maybe. Maybe we want to come here, or maybe this way. These pieces must be developed. And white, one rook here probably, maybe one rook here. But it's not totally clear what you want to do with the bishop on c1. No g5, no f4 possible. In this game, Elyanov against Gandelius, nothing is happening. Gandelius played a6 and white is still thinking. Normal would be d4. And if we should go by what Carlsen is playing, I think he's playing bishop f5 in these positions all the time. So maybe this is what we have to expect from Nils. I'm not sure, because the normal is playing b5. That has been played a lot. And then you go b3 and bishop g4, for example. This is a very common variation. But Elyanov, he's reluctant to play d4. He's waiting. He wants to develop in another way, but I'm not sure how to do it. If he wants to play b3, I guess this is there another other alternative? Queen c2 looks strange. I'm not sure. But he seems to be surprised, Elyanov. He tried something else, I can see on my other computer. He played h3. Oh, sorry, that was one square too much. Again, bishop g4 is not possible, and he is waiting for black to move, and probably he is also surprising Nils with this move. But it cannot be so dangerous. It's impossible. But you never know. You play bishop f5 and then suddenly g4 is coming. So what do we do after h3? You could play e6, of course, but then you are stuck with this bishop on c8. And then we have to think a lot about this move and compare. Because if we play d4, we have a normal position with a6 and h3. Probably a6 is more useful because we want to play c5 later on. But okay.
Can't you play g6 and develop bishop on g7?
G6, yeah, why not? If you play a move like this, h3, e3, and c4, you give black the opportunity to develop in many different ways because you're not putting pressure on. But later on in the middle game, it will be interesting play. But right now, I think black can choose many different ways to develop. Okay, Blomqvist against Jobava. We saw this h6 move, and Blomqvist responded with rook e1, which looks, of course, very natural. And maybe he wants to put his knight on e5, trying to get something happening at f7. Maybe come with a queen. So rook e1. Normally we would like to develop the bishop or the knight. I don't know in which order. Knight d7, knight f6, maybe to defend. But I think for the first time I see Jobava thinking in the opening. He has less time than his opponent, and this is not usual in this tournament at least. He has played extremely fast in the opening. Now we see Niels. He played knight bd7. So he's blocking his bishop. But maybe he's threatening to play e5 and take the center and forcing white to play d4 maybe. Normally in the Slav, when you play d7, knight to d7 and you have not played e6, you always think about take on d5 because in a position like this you would like to have your knight on c6. But white has played all these strange move h3 and e3. I cannot come with my bishop to f4, for example. And if d4, I guess e6. And now we again has like a normal Meran variation maybe with these extra moves. And I actually think that should favor black because he wants to play c5, or sometimes he wants to play like this and this, and then this one is very useful, this a6 move. So knight bd7. In the game with Harika and Short, we had this position. Knight bd2 was played. Short played a5. I think this is directed against white playing a5, trying to take some space. White played c3, which is very common, trying to maybe later play d4. And then Short played queen c8. So what's the point with this move? Of course, defending e6 against things like, let's say, if I could move again with white, something like this maybe. And then black still has to defend. Maybe it's also possible to play queen d7. But this is, queen b3 is no threat anymore. And now you can try to play d4 in the center, or you can play this maneuver from the Ray Lopez, knight f1, knight g3, or e3, for example. Also very common.
Can you explain just what could have happened if white would have taken on e6 instead of playing
c3, for example.
instead of knight e to d2, for instance?
Yeah.
What would be the plan
If you
Which player after that?
if you take, you get this double pawn, but black has the file and has good control. I think white has to play something with d4 and exchange these double pawns just to open up and try to come to this d4. So normally you are not afraid to get this double pawn in the center because it's very difficult to attack. And it gives black some chances to play on the king side. Now we maybe would have liked our bishop on c5 because then we are connecting with the rook to f2 maybe. But for example, you can play something queen e8 and come with a queen or something like this.
Can black ever want to play d5 himself if white has nothing?
If you play d5,
Not now.
then yes, but as a normally this pawn will be very weak. So this is normally very difficult to get in a good way. So I think black would be very happy to have his pawns like this, not being attacked, and then try to develop something on the king. Let's say this, and then try something like knight h5, for example, coming here. So this is, in the Italian game, this is quite common, also from white. When black has the bishop on c5, you play bishop e3, hoping for exchange on e3, and white gets the f file.
Another question. Instead of bishop e6, is there a plan for black to play knight a5
5.
and then c5 and then back with the knight?
Yeah, like in the Rai Lopez.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then coming back,
Yeah.
and but maybe you have to play bishop e6 still later on. But that's a common plan. But normally, this bishop will be on c2 maybe when you play like this. Maybe this bishop is better now than normal. But they are playing a little bit slow, which means that there is a lot of different plans. Black has a lot of options because he's not under any special pressure at all. They're just developing, trying to find good squares for the pieces.
Does Short wants to move the rook to d8?
I'm not sure about this. It's very difficult to get in d5 because of this pawn always. Because the rook and the knight is attacking. It takes a long time to organize d5. The big difference in the two positions is that black has a knight on c6, but white has a pawn on c3, and this pawn is controlling these two squares that the knight would like to use. So white is controlling the knight and can also expand in the center with d4. But black, it's too much to say that this knight is misplaced, but could have been better on d7 in a position like this. So this is the big difference between the white and the black position. This is the knight on c3 controlling the knight on c6 and giving the opportunity to play d4, like in the Rai Lopez. So this has a lot of common with the Rai Lopez, of course. So often, but mostly if we would have played a variation with the bishop on c5, then we very often see this knight coming to e7 and g6, just moving this and play something like c6, just to get this knight to a better square. But now we have put the bishop on e7, then we don't have this. And in the Rai Lopez, we even know variations there. Black is playing knight b8 and knight d7, the Breyer variation, for example. In the
So what do you think is Nigel's purpose with placing the knight on c6?
yeah, he did it in the second move. So now he didn't have any choice. He had to defend the pawn. But now it's on c6, and white is choosing how to play after this, of course.
Okay.
Now we see that Elyanov has played d4. So now we are in a common d4 opening, and I guess e6 will be played. And it was right now. So now we have a position. Let's say if we have played it in the normal move order, we would have it like this from the Slav. We would call this the Meran variation. And here, normally you don't play h3, of course, but also this a6 is a little bit strange. So now they have a normal position, but with these two extra moves. But as I said, I think a6 is of more use than h3. But we will see.
Doesn't white attack with g4 anyway, without h4?
You want to play with g4? So you play it like because we're in this position, let's say, but then you play queen c2, bishop d6, then there is this move g4.
You can't transpose in some way, and then you have h3 or which.
Yes, but if you play with a6 and h3, if you play something like queen c2 in this position, I think black will not play bishop d6. Maybe he will play even c5. But now he has put his knight on d7. Maybe c5 is not so good. We'll also try something like take, b5, the bishop has to go, and then maybe c5.
What's the big difference?
The big difference for black is that he has played a6 already, so this pawn on b5 is defended, which is very good. And now he wants to play the bishop to b7. And h3 is not much use. So we have this. So queen c2 is one move, bishop d3, of course. But then, is there any other move? Sometimes when you play b7 and a6, white can play a move like c5. This is not very good when black can play b6 with a pawn on a7. But now, sometimes you can play something like this and try to establish yourself on this square, maybe. What has happened? Rook e1, Eleanor played knight d7, developing the knight. Maybe stopping knight d5, or maybe it's possible to play, but I'll take it. So is this knight coming to b6, hitting the bishop, or it's coming to f6 to defend the king? Maybe we want our knight here because we are a little bit afraid of a plan like this, maybe. Because we cannot play g6. If you play something like this pawn will be hanging. So maybe we need a knight on f6 to defend. So we have this one here, and then we defend h7. So what do we do with this bishop on c1?
Do you think this is preparation for blue kiss, or because of the time?
No. Normally it should be preparation from Jobava, this h6, which is a little bit unusual. But Blomqvist has probably looked at the Russian defense before the game, because Jobava plays it sometimes. But now maybe they are both at the end of that preparation.
Could you say something about the Russian defense? It's not so popular anymore, is it?
Yeah, but it's still played. But it was played a lot more. Kramnik, of course, played it before he played the Berlin. He changed. And then also Giri, when he was young, he was playing the Russian defense all the time. It was his main defense.
What's the characteristics?
So if you play the Russian defense, then you are probably seeking a very solid opening. Maybe even you could say you are trying to get the draw with black. But now there are some players playing the Russian defense, especially some Chinese players. I'm not sure if it's Li Xiao or Wei Yi. They are playing the Russian defense.
But can you say that when you choose Russian defense, you're like happy with draw?
No, you are choosing an opening which is safe, but you can still try to play for a win. The variation Jobava played with bishop d6 is not in this position. The most common is to play knight c6 and then play bishop e7. This bishop d6 is not so common. It's a little bit more aggressive to place your bishop on d6. A little bit more active, but you have some problems with this pawn on d5, which makes that we saw that black has to take on c4 later on. So it's not drawish completely. There is still play, and why should, if we look at the position, we exchange one piece and 2 pawns, but there is no symmetrical pawn structure. We have these 3 pawns on the queen side against c3, d4. So there is still a lot of play in a position like this, of course.
But is it unusual for Jobava to choose Russian?
No, he's playing the Russian sometimes. Now, Elianov played queen c2. Should you take on c4? But normally you want to take on c4 when the bishop has moved. You want it to move, and then you take, and he has to move again. You should not take immediately, probably. So what else do we have? We could play, of course you can play this bishop d6, normal development. But then we have this g4. This time it's not even a sacrifice. This is well known with the pawn on a7 and the pawn on h2 as a sacrifice, played by Shirov, called the Latvian Gambit. Shirov and Shabalov.
If you play like that, is white castling long?
Normally, yeah. Bishop d2, long castle, and black has problem finding a safe place for his king.
What do you think Elianov's general approach to the game is? To get a long game?
He wants a long game, and he wants to avoid very sharp preparation from Grandelius, of course, like long theoretical variations. And I think Niels is very happy with the draw, because then it's a good chance that he will share the first place, because I'm not sure Jobava is so interested in playing for a win with black. So I think for Niels it would be very good with a draw. And Elianov, of course, wants to win, because if he wins, I think he will share the first place. All depending on the other game, of course, but...
Do you think it's still preparation, or are they
No.
out of it?
Of course, they know all the plans, and it's very common with these 2 pawns. But now that they have to figure out what's the difference. In which variations can I make use of my move, a6 and h3. And I think Elyanov is really trying to win. After last day's win, he also played very sharp for a win with black against short. So he is really trying to catch up. Now Niels played bishop d6. So what do we expect? g4, or maybe something slow, b3, bishop e2. It's also possible that we later on will transpose to some more well-known variations. Now we see Harika. Even short played queen c8, defending b7 and e6, but that didn't stop Harika from attack these two. So normal would have been to play these two moves the other way around, starting with queen b3 and you defend with queen c8. But maybe they will reach a normal position. And now black would have liked to have this knight a5 possibility, but it's gone because of the pawn on a5. Elyanov playing for a slow game, didn't play g4, he played b3, which of course is also normal. Now it's maybe not so good to take on c4 because now white always can take with a pawn. Of course it's possible, and then you have to break. Maybe castle, and maybe queen, bishop b2. The bishop will be on b2, and black would like to develop this one. This is the big problem. And white will play bishop d3 or bishop e2, and then castle, and then try e4 later on. Black normally has to try to break with e5. He can end up with an isolated pawn on d5, but that's normally not a problem. You can play with this isolated pawn. Yes, let's say I just make some moves. A position like this, you will have a weak pawn on d5, but you will have active pieces, and this bishop can then be developed, and we have the rook on c8 against the queen, which means the queen has to move again, probably. Sorry, b3 was played.
Does this also mean that white will not castle queenside?
I guess white will play moves like this, and short castle.
Making h3 not so useful.
No. There is variations with long castle also, so we cannot rule it out.
You can't rule it out now.
No. Erik against Badu, he played bishop b3, hinting at the plan I suggested earlier, this one. Very common to try to weaken the black position even more. Very common when black has played h6 in all kind of openings, because he cannot play g6 anymore, and f5 would be a horrible move to play, weakening a lot of squares. So this knight probably has to go to f6.
Does white go with queen d3 anyway? Even if knight
No,
f6?
that's not, that we don't know, because after knight f6, maybe there is no point in this plan anymore. Now maybe I want to go knight e5, because now the knight cannot take. And if I can put my knight on e5, then I have some pressure. Maybe I can have some tricky move, not yet, but with a knight on e5, then we can maybe put your queen on f3, you can place your bishop on f4, and you can develop. So he wants the knight to move, and then it maybe can play a knight e5.
Would rook e8 be, it looks strange, but at the same time it prevents white's plan with,
With knight e5.
yeah, and also queen d3 maybe
Yeah.
it's stupid because it take on e1.
Yeah, and you can, if you want, you can place
Yeah.
something on f8. The problem is, of course, f7 is,
Yeah, but is that a problem? No.
I don't know, maybe not. So what should we take? Maybe if we take, we have to take with the queen. And now I would like to play something like the queen, the bishop, and the rook, and hope that black is not in time to exchange my rook. Maybe we try this, maybe this.
Queen e4
Ah, you want to exchange, but
and then bishop comes out.
I have no, there is no tricky move. That looks safe. If you can exchange the queens, then you are okay. But what about this move with a idea to give a check and then take, because this one is pinned. So there is maybe a threat. Also this h6 again. So maybe we should take and play queen d3, hinting at some bishop take h6. But you don't have to play knight f6, of course. You can play something else, and then maybe I cannot sacrifice.
What do you think about time difference? 20 minutes? This early?
The time is not so important yet, because they have so much time. But
It's very unusual for the other one.
yeah, he's thinking, but maybe 12 o'clock is a little bit too early for him to play. He looked tired at 2 o'clock. So 12, that is torture for him, maybe. So maybe this is, but he played this, rook e8. It was played. Okay, I'd like to take, because if black takes, I have to take back with the knight, I don't want to, and the queen, no use. So I would like to take and play this. And then I would like to play bishop d2 and rook e1 quick, and then always have this tricky, maybe some sacrifice. So what shall,
King h8,
but this is,
passive.
yes, and this pawn needs protection. So this, the normal move would be to move the knight to get the bishop out. But this one is absolutely not working because of this.
Maybe F8 instead.
Maybe F8 or,
E6.
but let's say F8. Now we are defending. No use to play this because H7 is defended. But I want to play Bishop D2 and just Rook E1 and Knight E5. But maybe, can you simply, maybe Bishop E6, Rook E1, and then Knight E5, because I also have the Knight to defend the Bishop. But still, now I have this pin, for example, then I go Knight E5. Have to move again, and now that could easily be something dangerous. But maybe not.
White has got something at least. I mean,
Yes, he's more active.
Queen can swing over to G3.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
couple things.
F, yeah.
Yeah. Couple space.
And if black takes on B3, we connect our pawns again. And we can also try moves like C4. The knight on E5 looks very good. So some pressure still. But we have this position. And I think you should take with white and try to come with the other rook before black can put his own rook on E8.
Don't you think white is better out of, I mean,
White is a little bit more active, but black is of course very solid, like they normally are in the Russian defense. This is how it normally looks. White gets some activity, black parries the threats, and then they agree to a draw. Okay, we take it. You look. Take, and this. Can we do something else? We have to go to the king side with a knight. For example, knight b6, then bishop c2, and this is very dangerous because we cannot play this. So there is,
looks really terrible.
yeah, and f5,
All the white squares.
yeah, and now we cannot develop this one. Maybe I can just play again and then place my rook on e5. I can go back with this later on. So I guess the knight in a position like this has to go this way.
What about bishop f8 instead? To defend and then put
Aha, to make g6 possible.
Yeah. And then maybe the knight can go to f6 and so on.
Okay, but now I don't have to stop on g2. No, maybe I can put my bishop on f4 instead. A little bit more active. So I try this. Knight f6, rook e1. The queen has to move. This is not possible at all because then knight e5. So this is probably no good. You have knight d5 maybe, but still. So maybe my bishop was not so good on f4 after all. But it looks very dangerous for black. And right now, if white could move again, then this is a threat. Because we have the check, and then we can take the bishop. So there is a threat after queen d3.
Queen D7 with the idea
Oh,
of
Queen f5.
But it
Oh.
looks very clumsy. Bishop C.
Bishop c2. Yeah, this one. Or maybe I can allow it. I would like to enter with my rook, but maybe there is no time for
No,
this.
you don't have time. But Bishop C2 looks
But
annoying.
I would like to keep
Yeah.
the pressure on this one, if it's, but maybe it's not.
But after rook E1, Queen
F5,
F5, then
Now I would
maybe black can
defend.
get the pieces out.
Mhm. You think you should be able to use this clumsy? With the bishop on c8, you have to play queen d7. Now, Blomqvist, he took on e8 and played queen d3. So now we will see what Jobava will do about this. Niels, he made use of his a6 move and played b5. No, it's not this position because b3 is played also. It's like this. And now he wants to play bishop b7. Try to exchange some pawns and then play c5. They are thinking a lot, actually, both of them. In the Harika short game, after queen b3, short played king h8. Not wanting to have his king on this diagonal.
Is the idea to go knight h5 at some stage and then
Try to play f5 later on, maybe. Then you have to exchange first and then play f5. Could be possible. Should white play this maneuver? Or is it possible to start to play? But the problem is with the pawns on a4 and a5. Let's say you always have a nice square for a knight on b4.
I think she played
Yeah, she played knight f1. And this knight can actually come two-way, also e3, because there is also d5 as a. It's these squares we are looking at. So knight f1 was played. Now we see Jobava. He is going down the line. Were thinking about knight f8, and we said bishop g2. Because now this one defends g6. We will not be allowed to sacrifice and play queen g6. But bishop d2 to play rook e1. Normally you would like to play this to exchange the bishop, remove some of the pressure, especially against f7. With a knight coming to e5, it could be dangerous. Can we do anything else? Then no, we cannot. He played it. So very natural moves. We had this move we thought about. Now we cannot play knight e5 because the queen is of course not defended. We would like to play rook e1, and then the point should be queen f5. But Jobava, he played what I think is a little bit more natural, bishop e6. Rook e1, pinning, and then you should move the queen maybe. But where? If we go here, we will be hit again. Take back. Now I have the pair of bishops, and if you take, I still have a bishop against a knight in an open position, we could say. The bishop should be a little bit better than the knight in the long run. But bishop e6, now he is trying to develop the pieces, moving the queen and place the rook on e8. Given the time for this, then everything is under control. So white has to find something to keep black tied down somehow. Let's see what happened with Arika. As soon as she moved the knight away, short took on c4. There is no knight to take, so, and she took with a queen. And then he played queen e6. He wants to exchange queens because he's still not afraid of this. Knight g5, we have knight d8, and then we push the knight back.
D4.
Yeah, maybe d4. I guess you take. Take with a pawn, maybe. It's again this. It's very difficult for white to avoid queen exchange. Then you have to go queen b5. Of course you can try it. Now this is probably a threat because the knight is immediately attacked, so we don't have time to capture the queen.
Knight d8 and then c6.
And then the queen is,
Yeah, and then d5.
yeah. white can defend and take with a knight. Or maybe even take with a pawn, c4, but looks not so exciting with this queen exchange. This position, Erik is thinking. Is there another move than rook e1?
C4.
c4 to avoid exchange. Yeah.
And then maybe d4 to d5 and then bishop c3 and
But okay, let's say I play, because now I want to have this move. And then rook e8.
bishop c2.
Mhm.
Bishop d4 is annoying.
Maybe. Should I play rook e8? Maybe. Or rook d8?
Why not bishop d4 or pressure on d4?
Bishop.
g4.
Yeah, it's possible. This you want to take and then win a piece, maybe. So c4 or rook e1 is there. Oh, we can of course move the bishop, but there is no threat. So black is fine, I guess.
Rook e1 is the move that white wants to play.
Yes.
Anyway.
Yes, this is the normal move, and the queen probably.
Queen c8 maybe. With the idea bishop f5.
Well,
Yeah, not d5.
queen d7 instead.
Queen d7 instead. Okay, we try this knight e5, hitting the queen, but maybe you can just move the queen again. Or maybe you can take, but then you have to put the bishop at least. But maybe this is safe, and then you can choose.
But maybe white should wait with knight e5 and instead go c4.
Play c4 now,
Oh yeah, okay.
before bishop c2 is played.
Yeah, okay.
And then rook e8.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not so easy to put up the pressure, maybe. We don't have any drawing rules in this tournament, no.
The only one is you won't be invited.
You won't be invited next year, that's a very good rule. But we don't have these 30 moves or 40 moves or something like this. Now has never been a problem. But for example, this game, Jobava could try draw for, but I'm not sure Blomqvist would accept, actually. He has played 4 again, 2 wins and 2 losses, no draws. Typical for him.
White can play rather risk-free.
Yeah. Yeah, but still, when the offer comes, you have to think some minutes extra just to convince yourself you should play on. But that we don't know.
Why don't you think that Jobava has played for the win?
Because I don't think he believes Elyanov is going to lose. So if Elyanov wins, or there is a draw in this game between Elyanov and Grandelius, then a draw is enough to share the first place for Jobava. And if he loses, he will be number 3, something like this. But because then Blomqvist is passing him.
I
I just wonder why is this a risk-free position for white?
Risk-free.
Yeah, I mean, if you can play bishop to d7.
Sorry, to
No, queen to d7, sorry. Then white's bishop has to choose which diagonal.
I can stand where I'm standing.
Yeah, and then you have bishop.
And then I take back, and there will be some exchanges.
My idea, if you play bishop c2, then you have d5 and bishop c4.
Yeah, but I'm not moving. I'm standing still. Coming here maybe. Of course, you can lose all positions. There is no risk-free position.
Yeah, but if you play bishop queen c8 instead, and
But then you cannot develop your rook.
no, but then the bishop has to make.
Okay, but I can just stand on this square and wait for you to
Yeah.
take.
Okay, but then bishop f5 comes. Isn't it right?
Not to F7.
Yeah.
So, but of course, there is no such thing as a risk-free position because you can drop a piece in all positions. But white has a solid position, and so has black. And white is a little bit pushing right now. But
Yubaba looked very focused on that. He doesn't have any glasses on, he looked very focused. Like,
yeah, today
You should mention that the Yubaba didn't wear sunglasses.
no sunglasses today for Jobava. He doesn't wear sunglasses when he plays the Swedish players, probably, because he didn't wear sunglasses against Gandelius, and today he's playing Blomqvist, no sunglasses. And I don't know what the conclusion is, actually, but
He may have forgotten them.
he may have forgotten them, yes, because he was in a hurry, 12 o'clock.
Maybe it's like, I only wear sunglasses when it's too bright. Swedish
Yeah.
players are not bright.
Yeah, maybe. We will see if it was a good or bad tactic to leave these sunglasses at home. In this game, Elyanov is thinking again. Like in all games, he has played slowly. They have only made 8 moves, and he is down to 55, so he has already thought for 45 minutes, 50 minutes for these 8 moves. So this H3 was not a big preparation, it was just a way to get out of theory, and now he has trapped himself, maybe. But he probably also knows that if there will be some trouble with his position, probably he can offer a draw and get it. Because Gandelius is in the same position as Jobava. Because if Gandelius loses, then Elyanov is passing him and he will finish like number 3, 4. So I think both Gandelius and Jobava are okay with drawing today. And after Queen e6, nothing has happened. Harika is thinking. 93, yes, right now. So now, if you take, she wants to take with the knight, or maybe she wants, no, then it's, this one is hanging, or not? No, we have this, threatening this one, and this one. So it's possible to take with the pawn if you want to, and then play knight d5, for example. Short, exchange queens, and Dronavali, without thinking, took with a knight. Looks more natural, actually. It's a good square. And now this bishop on c1 should be better than the bishop on e7 because of the pawns. But how do you use it? If you open up the position, then maybe the bishop is no longer better. But this one is fixed on a black square. And this knight is still not so good. Maybe you should try to relocate it. Not sure.
Why do you think Harika didn't put her queen on b5? Looked a bit awkward to defend the b7 pawn. Like,
Yeah, queen b5, but we thought maybe just knight d8 and then push the queen, because there is no good square for the queen. So maybe you have to go back again. The knight on c6.
d4.
Sorry?
Maybe play d4 and if c6 you can go back
Go
to d4.
to e, yeah. So you want to play something like this
Yeah.
and then come back.
Yeah, and then the knight on d8 looks stupid.
Yeah, but it will look good later on.
Mm.
Maybe. I'm not sure. It's possible.
But if you play queen b5, then play rook e6.
Try to catch the queen. In this move, you want to play this. And now I should be careful to take this one, but because then the door is locked. And then when this move comes, I have to go back again.
Isn't that the wrong place?
I'm not sure. Can I play d4 now? This is a threat. Because the rook is not so good on b6 or a6. But you can always come back again, maybe.
But this is the wrong you're playing, this kind of move.
Sorry?
The rook. He plays rook and then rook b6.
Yeah, but I think it's very important the position, the actual position. Yes, you cannot have this as a plan in this opening to play rook a6.
No, but it is in Italian. He plays.
I want to see this position before I think this is a common plan. Because now I would like to go back, actually, because this and my rook is, I don't know what it's doing on But okay, there was queen exchanges. We had this position, and short is thinking. Not so much going on. This position, not much going on. Rook e1 is not played yet. So maybe there is some other move from Blomqvist to expect. What else?
Rook b1.
B1, but then queen d7. Knight h4. Trying to get to f5. Yeah. But what about the same queen d7? And after b5, nothing happening.
What should he do? You think?
Yeah, it's not clear. Normally you would like to play bishop b2 or bishop e2 or something like this, but it feels like he's playing a position with this h3 as a lost move, almost. Because a6 is useful. And of course moves like c5, there is always a problem that black can break with e5 later on, and maybe we'll even get a problem with this pawn. So that's because there is no longer any white pressure on d5, then black can play e5. So c5, then you must have a very good follow-up if you want to play c5. Now we see short. He is at least making moves. He played knight d7. So what does he want? He has found a square on c5. Because there is a pawn. Maybe there is a fork. And maybe something with f5. Not sure. Looks a little bit strange. But knight c5, of course. And when the knight comes to c5, we have to decide how we are going to protect this pawn on d3. Okay, I make the most natural move in the position, which is bishop e3, because now this is not possible because I can take. Then I don't know. Now I see that Elyanov has played this c5. So now he needs a good follow-up. There will be bishop c7. Because now the e5 break will come.
How about e4?
Yeah, so you have to do something quick. Let's try e4.
Because the c6 pawn is unprotected in certain variations.
Yeah, if I take, we hit this pawn, so we get some. Whereas I would like to play
Exactly.
like this.
But can you do anyway? Like the queen is very open, you can take on c6.
Maybe, but
Maybe
it,
you black can sacrifice the pawn.
yeah, but maybe I can also play something like
e5 immediately.
e5 immediately. Yes. What do I take? Do I take this one? Because white needs one more move to make black and castle next move. White needs to move the bishop and then castle. So it could be dangerous for white to open up. But this is too complicated for me. He played bishop c7. We have this. And e5 is of course if you think e5 is coming, sometimes you want to play b4 to protect this one, but then a5 maybe, because you cannot play a3. You have no protection of this rook. So then maybe a5, but you always have to look out for some sacrifices, but not now, I guess. There is some action on this game. Knight d7 was played by by short, and Harika responded with d4, not allowing the knight to reach c5 immediately. Short took, and now instead of taking with a pawn, which allows this, Harika took with a knight, because if now there is an exchange, there is no piece. You can use this square. Short play this. So now there is a threat.
And the D3 square is still.
Yeah, so this square is the one he's looking for. And now also possible for short to put his bishop on a better square, maybe. So this one was played. And now white must do something with this knight. Take or move it away. Let's say take. How do we take back? With a pawn or with a knight? We try the knight. This knight, it's good. Have some possibilities. I would like to develop this bishop, but on this move, maybe knight c4.
Generally speaking, what white does not really want to exchange because the two knights are
Yeah.
not-
And also this knight on c4 is quite good because it's attacking the a5 pawn, so the rook cannot move, and black doesn't want to play b6.
But what knight e3?
So you have to, and we are not afraid of giving the bishop. We would like to play with our knights. So we say they are good against this bishop. Let's try this. I hit the rook and the bishop. You have to move the rook somewhere. I'm not sure. Let's say I play this and I take, and I come. Then I can put mine. Maybe I had this immediately actually. Knight c5.
What was the problem with take and bishop e3?
Maybe knight c4.
I thought knight f5.
And I might even just,
You can also take because.
I can also take here. Looks about equal all the time. And what about this? Nothing's happening. Blomqvist, he wants to find the good move, not just the normal move. And this also a little bit strange. You play c5, the bishop goes back, and you start to think.
It seems that Eleanor is not comfortable with the position.
No, maybe it's not. Yeah.
Maybe he realized that h3 was.
Mm. But also Nils has been thinking a lot, but not like Eleanor. These clocks are not correct, I think, which we see here. Maybe, no, this is the correct time. 47, 114. the correct.
40 minutes.
Yeah, but now we have the correct.
Okay.
Right? Bishop b2 was played by Elyanov. So he played c5 and bishop b2. Now, of course, it's possible to play e5, but you have to check that you're not dropping anything. But this doesn't work as long as I can take on f3 with check. And if I take, I don't think I have, or maybe I have this move.
Because you have a check on
Yeah, this. How much did I?
Queen takes c6.
Okay, queen takes c6. It was close. I had a lot of material, but I will lose it all. So maybe e5 is not possible immediately.
But
Castle is possible, but then I can play b4 because on a5 I now have my rook defended at least. But still e5 will come. But
And the king is at the center.
yeah, but I will take this one now. Play something like, and I would like to exchange these bishops and put my knight on d4. Play bishop d3 first maybe, because there is always this pawn. If I can maneuver my knight to d4, maybe it could be a weakness. And Blomqvist, after ages, he played rook e1. And now Jobava will move his queen, probably. He can. He doesn't have to immediately play rook d8. I'm not sure, but there is no immediate threat, I think.
What about something like a4 or a5?
a5. To play this and force the exchange, maybe. Yeah,
If you don't want to move the queen.
but probably he wants to.
Maybe then c4.
I guess he will move his queen. And the normal move is queen d7. To have this move coming and the rook to e8 maybe. And if knight d5, maybe just move the queen again. And now white need, is it this maybe? Because now this is a threat. Harika took on e5. Of course, it's possible to take with a pawn, but then you have one more pawn on the black square. This one and this one, but maybe it's no problem because you can put your bishop on c5. Take with the knight. She's playing very solid with the white pieces, Tornavali. She has been playing very solid the whole tournament. Just one big mistake, losing the game against Blomqvist in one move. Or else she has been playing very well. So how do we take back? With a knight or with a pawn? With a knight. And now we are looking at these squares.
Rook D1 first.
Rook d1, but now let's say we play some normal move like rook e8 or bishop f6. Because now I want to try.
You're not afraid of knight B5?
Yeah, knight b5, I would like to defend. But still it's a little bit. This is not the way where I want my rook, of course.
D take e5.
D take e5.
Yeah, instead of knight.
It's better or it's played? It's better.
Knight is better.
We will see. And then the knight will be moved, maybe to, I'm not sure, b5, f5.
But on B5, black can just go C6, I think.
Ah, yeah,
So there's
there is no fork. The knight is lost, so I have to go to a3. Okay, then I should go to f5, hitting the bishop. Should this bishop go to c5? Now we see what was happening. The pawn took, and the knight went to b3. Stopping.
It seems as white is just playing to exchange pieces now.
White is playing for a draw or what?
Yeah, not allowing any
No. But okay, I'll try this anyhow. I guess take. Bishop e3, I take. And now I take the d5. Can I create something? Now maybe it's time for the Aronian maneuver. Rook a6 with rook b6 or rook d6. Let's say rook d2, then rook e2 only. Will only be exchanges, maybe. Okay, I'll try this. King. Why is not black? Black is better, but maybe it's not enough. The king is a little stupid on h8, but we have the file, but maybe we cannot use it for anything. We have to combine it with some threats, but of course it's very little. Now Jobava played the normal move, queen d7. We played knight e5, the queen move, and then we don't know really. Or maybe take, but not sure. But maybe white can do something else. But now with the queen on d7, the rook is free to enter.
Knight E5 looks
Extremely normal, yeah. Tempting to threaten the queen. Should black move the queen or should he take?
Well, is bishop F5 pos?
I think it's f7
Yeah,
now.
but you can play it and then the queen is hanging on B.
Yeah, but I thought.
But maybe, okay, the bishop maybe hanging.
I just wanted the end game. If okay.
It's check.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Then the bishop would be hanging on the D6.
Yeah.
I was thinking the end game. If you exchange on b7, you're taking
e5. I have to take with a rook, of course, because it's a pin. So I have to take.
And then you take on b3. Just thinking if you change rook and knight and queen versus.
Yeah, but the knight is not very active. But I know the queen and knight should be better than the queen and bishop, they say in the old books.
And then there's a.
But I know that it was checked by John Watson. He wrote some very interesting books. He checked the statistics because that's now possible. And he couldn't see that the knight and the queen was better than the knight and the bishop.
But here we are also a pawn on d4.
Yeah. And in an ending with these pawns, black can create a passed pawn on the a file.
And also there's massive exchange in queen 6. So
But I don't, you should not exchange queens, because then I think the bishop is better in an ending, because you have pawn on both sides. If you want to play this with black, you should keep the queens, I guess.
Like
Bec-
basically like knight e6.
But maybe you don't need to exchange. You don't. Sorry, how was the position? Knight e5 was played. So we have this. Where is the knight? My knight has disappeared. So it's like this. If you take, black is not forced to take on b3 even. He can play a rook move, for example. So now he took on e5. The rook must take back. And he's not forced to take on b3, because if I take, you can take with a knight. So maybe you can make a more useful move.
but then you have rook and bishop left.
I can play it maybe.
Rook and bishop is much better than rook and knight.
I'm not so sure. Depends on the position.
Yeah.
But okay, say on d3 would be
But when I take on b3, I get my pawns connected.
okay.
Maybe you want, if white takes, maybe this one could be a problem.
Then
Later
queen
on.
two, so-
So we will see. We have this. The rook, of course, took back, only choice. And in the other game, we have this position now with Harika. Is she also going to play bishop e3? Or maybe she will come with a king first. King f1, but later on you will. Of course, this bishop, there is 2 pawns on black squares, but this bishop doesn't look any more. This bishop doesn't look better than the bishop on c5, because what do I do with this bishop? Almost looks like I have to exchange it.
Put it on d2, you know, that play b4 is very slow, and
Yeah.
black doesn't even have to take on b4.
No, so this bishop is okay, and then it's all about the d file.
But if she plays the king on e2, you can't answer.
Yeah, but you can maybe not oppose either. Let's say I play king f1 and I do rook d8, king e2, and now we take this rook a6, because you cannot play rook d1 because this pawn is maybe hanging. Maybe I can try some tricky things. Of course, white should be able to find something, but it's a little bit.
How bad is it if you play like bishop e3
And now I think it's
and pawn takes?
and pawn, yeah, but then
Is this really bad?
it's not good. Maybe this
King
one.
takes bad.
Sorry?
King takes, is that bad?
If you take with a king,
Yeah.
what happened? Where did this knight come from? Take. If you take with a king,
Yeah.
I have my rook here, so I play this.
After rook e2, there will be a quick handle.
Yeah, this will be a beautiful.
Yeah.
So there are some problems for white, I think. Should be possible to solve. She played rook d1 immediately, and rook d8 was played by short. So it's like this. So maybe it's good for white to exchange one pair of rooks, because then it's easy to cover the squares later on. But what now?
Bishop e5.
G5.
Yeah.
I play f6,
And then you just go back. You have connected rooks.
but then I could have played it without allowing. Maybe I can play this immediately.
Yeah, but then you have the double pawns. I mean, bishop h4 instead of.
But how?
Ah, you want to go to h4, but then the bishop is dead on h4.
Yeah,
You wanted to.
You can resurrect it, king f1 and then
Uh,
and then 4.
maybe. Yeah, of course it should be a draw. You come here, you go here, you exchange rooks. Nothing much going on. So probably this will end in a draw or what?
Yeah.
Niels,
e5.
breaking with e5. So now it's sharp. So what did we say? We tried to
Twice.
take, let's say take back. Can also play.
No, we took on e5 and then b5.
Yeah, but was it working?
No, yes. Because
Yeah, yes.
e6.
And I wanted to sacrifice, but that was not really working.
But you don't have to take them beats.
Not otherwise.
But then you lose a pawn and the
Maybe
game.
queen check. No, it doesn't change.
So what is he thinking, Niels? E5, take.
Why couldn't you give the check?
I have to take on E5. Take. I have to take back,
And you check on every
and the knight comes. Or maybe it is.
Yeah, but take.
Yeah, take the one.
No, just take the bishop.
And c5 is hanging.
See if
And everything is fine.
Is it?
Why not?
And everything is almost fine.
Close to fine.
Maybe it's fine. So there is queen a5. And this one,
What? Did you say bishop take?
you should take, and I cannot take with the queen because you can defend the queen, so I have to take with the
And
knight.
knight e4 or something.
Knight e4, and I have to say,
And then
We need to find something smart. Maybe you take the knight and take on a2. I don't know.
but
e7 is
Oh, also rook a1.
but this must have been calculated by Niels before playing his last move. He cannot have played e5 without seeing.
Yes, but we need to find what.
What was wrong with the bishop? You made bishop f5 also.
But maybe he thinks that this position is actually okay.
Maybe there's something else.
We go here. Maybe I can just play this. Maybe I can take. I take on f5, then you move with check. So you have to take, and then we take, take.
But white is a pawn.
Ah, white is pawn. I didn't get my c5 pawn. No good.
Maybe the knight can take on c5.
Yeah.
Keeping the pin on c3.
After
Knight
knight
e4,
and
rook c1,
One.
knight takes c5, and maybe.
But then I liked, maybe this was the more simple.
But can we look earlier? Maybe there's something else we missed.
We'll see. e5.
Okay, what if we take with the bishop? I don't know. Does it change anything?
Yeah, we don't like it
No.
to give the bishop,
Maybe there are missing tactics.
but maybe I can play the same. But this we don't have to look at because it was not played. Elianov took on e5, and Niels responded with knight takes e5, and now we will see what's happening. Take on e5, bishop take e5, and now we are very interested in this move. But let's see, this, check.
You need to move the king.
But this is nothing because on a check I always have b4 now.
Yes.
So this is not the correct way. So here I have to give this check. Let's say this. I have to take. And I cannot take with a queen because now the queen is defended. So I have to take with a knight. And now black must do something. He can take the pawn, but I would like to do something more. Yeah, you have to start with this, but then I have to play bishop d3. I cannot take, of course, because of this one with check. But I play bishop d3. And now what?
Take on d3.
Knight
Three,
e5.
queen
Then
to
knight
e4.
And
And then take
it's
this.
take on c5, but
Yeah, but still, is this?
knight e6.
I think these, are they weak or not?
They're weak.
Maybe they are, I'm not sure. A little bit weak. Then I castle, play rook d1. So we will see. Elianov is now in a position to take on b5 if he wants to. Because we have this position right now. So now he can take on b5. But of course he can also play bishop d3, for example. Some other slow moves. What happened with Harika and Short? On rook d8, white played bishop d2. And Short, understanding that in the ending you should use your king, played king g8. So he's bringing his king to the center. And now probably white is doing the same. King f1, king e2.
King f4, f1 is
Already played, yes. This game is heading towards a draw. And in this game, after rook takes e5, Jobava didn't exchange on b3, I played this rook e8. So, and if white now exchanges then you will have this pawn, which the queen maybe can come and take later on. But the most interesting right now is this position, if white is going to take on b5 or not. Is there a problem, or is there maybe a stronger move even? We try again. We take
Can you play something crazy like knight e4 immediately? I don't know.
now.
It's, I mean,
Bishop is down.
Yeah, take the bishop.
but
Ah,
can we take the knight?
but then you can take. If you take the knight, I take. And now I want a pawn, and I have the two bishops.
And I thought knight e4. And you're threatening knight check.
But maybe just.
Then check.
I'm a pawn up.
Yeah,
Looks good for white. Two bishops, a pawn up. Let's see. Take on b5.
It was an interesting computer move.
Okay, the computer
Bishop
said
F5.
now, immediately. Okay. And if I take,
And queen a5.
and now queen a5. Okay, that makes sense, because now there is this check. And the rook is going. So maybe you can start with this bishop f5. And if I move, then you could take on b2, because now you can take and just take the queen. So maybe bishop f5 is the solution. And if that's not working to take on b5, then you should play something bishop d3 or bishop e2 or something like this. Just develop.
but white has to play like bishop e2 or bishop d3. How do you evaluate the position?
I think it's an interesting position still for white. I have this plan, knight e2. I want to exchange the bishop and put my knight on d4, trying to attack this pawn, c6. Because if I can play something like, let's say I make a few moves. Let's say this, and take, and then I put my knight on d4, attack this one, and you have to play some, not of course bishop b7, but maybe you have to defend the pawn. Then the bishop will be a little passive, but this pawn is always a problem. So in a position like this, white is a little bit better. I can only also try b4 and a4 and try to open up on the queen side, trying to get at these pawns. But of course, when I play knight e2, it's possible to move the bishop and try to play for some kingside attack. You have two bishops pointing in this direction, so maybe you could try some attack. But
Maybe bishop b8 and then queen c7.
yeah,
Because h3 is a problem.
yeah, like in the game Blomqvist Jobbarvand, where h6 was played. Now I see that white has played h3, so Blomqvist, you just want an escape square for the king. But what's happening? Take, and now he has to take on e8. Because if I take back immediately, I am dropping the rook. I cannot take back because my queen is not defended. So then it would be like this. So take back and take this. And this knight has no good square in the center, safe square in the center. You need a knight in the middle on a good square, but there is no such square. So now white can try to create a passed pawn, or come with a bishop, but it's hard to believe that white will win this position still. So h3 was played, and now Jobava is thinking. And we have this position, the ending, rook d8 we had, king g8, king f1, and short played f6 because he wants to come with his king. King e2, and then he played king f7. And now when the king has arrived on e2, maybe it's time to play bishop e3, take, king takes, king e7, and king e6, and then the rooks. Nobody wants to take, really. They can wait. But this will, of course, end in a draw. White tried something. After king f7, she played bishop e1. So see, she's still hoping for something, maybe. Exchanging the rook, and then run with the king. Trying to get to these squares. And after, to put the bishop on e1 is to defend f2 and avoid the bishop exchange. Maybe she will try something. Can also play b4 later on and try to advance the pawns. So maybe still some.
Is she going to go for rook d2 and double?
No, she will take. And she will play this one, and black will take. And it will be like this. And then she would like to come with a king. But black also has a king. And you can also play b4, but I can maybe just move the bishop. So, and this was played, so we are now in this position. And black has to take. He cannot. Of course, yeah, maybe he can move because there are no entry squares, but it looks too much. He probably will take.
Maybe she can exploit the fact that the black pawns aren't black square.
Yeah, but looks very difficult to do this.
Yeah.
The black king is good on e6, so we don't think this is really possible. After h3, Jobava played a6. What's the point with this move? It should not be hanging later on with the bishop coming and take it, or what's the point? Or maybe just a waiting move. So Elyanov is thinking, and he has used a lot of time. Let's see, 35 minutes left. But on the other computer it says 25. So this is not updated. So only 25 minutes left after 12 moves. That looks really strange to play so slow. Short is not happy, so he wants to keep his rook. So he is hoping to play b5 and attack the b2 pawn maybe. Actually his king is a little bit better than the white king right now, because it's white cannot, and this bishop is not so strong, but yeah. It's a try. But this game,
Because they are slow on time, will that, can it affect his choices so that it doesn't go for the sharp variation because he knows he's got little time to
you mean Elyanov, if he's
Yeah.
going to play safe just because he's down on time? Don't think so. I think if he's right now he's calculating all these variations, of course, and when he sees if it's good, he will play it.
help him, yeah.
Mm.
What is the answer to bishop f5?
Sorry,
What is the answer to bishop f5?
there is no answer probably. So maybe this is no good because of this. So that's probably the reason why he's thinking. Maybe this was his plan, and now he has seen that this bishop f5 maybe was good. In this game, after a6, now it's time for white to make a move. That was his move made in the game between Drolaval and Short. She played f3, very natural, putting it on a white square. Short doing the same. And probably he wants to play b5. Now, Elyanov took on b5. And since we know that the computer says bishop f5, we take a look at this again. So what is his idea after this? Because queen takes f5, queen a5 check. Can I move my king? What if I move my king? I don't know where. I put it on d1. And now, if you take on b2, I have a check, but I'm not sure how dangerous it is, because then my rook is hanging. Let's say king f8. I have to move my rook, and then maybe I can take. And then I would like to castle, but that's of course not allowed. So this is a very strange position. Is there any other?
There was queen c2 in that version.
Yeah, maybe you should. But if can I take on the check? I try to move. The bishop on e5 is hanging, and black is a piece down right now, so he has to take. And then I have to give this check, I guess. And black should move his king. Should come to f8. And now I have to play this. I can take on c5 maybe. Can I take this one? I don't like the white king on d1. Of course, I don't like the king.
Take on f7
And I take.
and the bishop hangs.
Yeah, but still, I don't like. Okay, maybe I have some. But you want to play this and this and try to develop. Maybe rook e8. But of course, white is a pawn up. Always good. Any other moves? Bishop f5. I do have to take, or do I have a choice at all?
And if you check, it's queen takes.
I have to take, or what? It's
No,
all
if you check first,
check with,
you take the queen.
but maybe then I can take. No, now I'm winning.
Maybe bishop takes instead.
Yeah, I have to take like this.
Yeah.
Take, and then
And maybe queen a5 before you take.
take. So bishop f5. I probably have to take it, and then you give this check, and I have to move my king. And black has to take it. So this one. And then it's a pawn up, but yes, of course, if I take this one, then queen c2. Yes, I now see it. Then wins a piece.
What about bishop a3?
Yeah, I can also try g6, but then it comes back maybe. So you want to come here just to target this one. This knight might be in trouble. And the king on d1. And, no. Bishop f5 was played by Niels. Not in this position, but in this position. And he took immediately on f5, so he was not surprised. He knew this move should come. And we think that it's queen a5. And white cannot come back because just taking. Then I don't see another move than move my king. b4, I just take again. Nothing. So it must be like this. And now black must take the piece. He didn't give the check, Niels. Why not? He took immediately. Maybe he can give this check later, because the rook is hanging. White must give a check. If okay, I can play this, but then we have the same, maybe. I don't have this. So maybe rook b1 actually is possible, because this one is trapped.
This king e2 is good as well.
I'm not sure. Maybe I take on b5 with check, but maybe that doesn't matter. You want to come to f3, and now you're threatening this one. Okay, I take, you have to take, and I castle. And then you have to play something like this. You come down and it looks normal again. So very complicated position right now. Niels took on b2 immediately, threatening the rook. White can give this check on d6, but maybe it's not good. Sorry? He played 96, okay. And now you have to, because then you have to move a king. And now we again have this e7 or f8, probably f8, just to try. And the rook must go. But now we also have bishop c3 check, if you don't want to give the check with a queen. But white has won a pawn. So it's very ambitious play from white, but he will have to move his king soon. Okay, anything interesting happening in the other games? We have this game, c6, bishop d2 back again, and h5 played from short. We come back to this game if it's something surprising happening. And after a6, Lundqvist played queen g3. Simple threat to take on h6. Jobava defended by playing f6, threatening the rook. Lundqvist move. Jobava took on b3. Now the rook is hanging, so we have to take on e8. The queen took back, and Lundqvist, or can he be queen g6? You're winning a piece, because when I take, I am not in time to take this one because my bishop is hanging. So he took in this position, he took and played queen g6. There is a threat to take this pawn. So what if I exchange?
But if you compare this position to the position you could have got back moves earlier,
Who? White or black?
black, but now you just played f6. Is that
Yeah, that's good because he can come with a king quick.
okay?
And it's not so bad to have these pawns on black because they are restricting the bishop. The only danger is if this bishop could come from behind and take these pawns. Or else it's not so bad to have them on black.
So this is an improved version.
Not so big a difference maybe, but is it possible for black to create a passed pawn on the queen side? To play something like a5, b5, a4. Because if this pawn was here, then there would never be a passed pawn. But now it might be possible to create. They took a draw. He offered a draw playing queen g6, and it was accepted by Lundqvist. No big surprise in this game. Jobava counting on Elyanov not losing. That's the only way he can miss out on the first place, or the shared first place. and Blomqvist finishing on 50%, which of course is good as the lowest rated player. We go back to Eljanov against Grandelius. 96 is the last move. It's check. The king must move.
Estella, what do you say about the time?
What I say about the time?
Yes.
White has 20 minutes left for 25 moves
That's very little.
in a very complicated position. But if he has used his time well, then he knows everything by now. I can just blitz out the moves.
But he has something like 30 minutes with the increment.
With the increment, yes. Always 30 seconds extra per move. But 30 seconds.
Compared to Nils, he has very
Yeah, he has half an hour more. That's of course good.
Can I just do something stupid? Is queen takes d6
You could try it. We take the rook or give the check first.
You need to stop king d2.
I just want to stop you from playing bishop d3 and king e2. But let's say I give a check. I'm not sure if it's good or bad. So now we want to play this.
But you can take on a6, actually, if you want to.
And we have the check, and now castle, probably.
Bishop e7.
This pawn, is it good or bad?
Yeah, but it's still
This pawn is actually quite good. Maybe I can even play like this and put my bishop later on. But now... Oh, what? What happened here? But the white king also in big trouble. How do I escape?
But you're not flipping the
Not yet, but I will. I move my bishop and give this check and take the rook. So a lot of things for Grandelius to calculate, something Eljanov has already done, because he had to calculate it before, which we can see on the clock, but now Niels has to choose. King e7, king f8, or maybe sacrifice the queen. Is there anything happening? g6, h3. Boring. Okay, we take a look at this. You want to sacrifice your queen?
No.
We try it. Take. I give the check. Maybe I should go this way to be able to escape with the king and not be trapped on the first rank. Maybe it's better to have the king on f3. But of course he didn't sacrifice. He played the expected move, king f8. And now white must save his rook. It's under attack. We can attack the bishop, or we can play to d1. So let's say I try rook b1. I can give a check with the queen, but now I can also give a check with the bishop and save it from that.
But okay, check with the queen. And then bishop a3.
Yeah, that was maybe good. We give a check. And now again, should I play king e2 and king f3, or should I play king d1? Okay. If this, maybe this is a good move. We're going to take the c5 pawn, and then the knight is no longer defended.
But you have queen c2.
Instead of what?
No, king d1, bishop f8, queen c2,
I take.
and bishop, knight b5, no, knight b7.
Ah, you have a trick. Oh, so I have to take with a queen.
And then you have knight f5.
And it's about equal? Or?
Hanging pawns.
So what happened? He gave the check with a queen after rook b1 was played. Niels gave the check with a queen, and now Elyanov must move the king. d1 or e2?
But on e2 there's a check on b5, and then take the knight to b7.
Sorry? You mean in the other variation with this? In the other game, they announced exchanged the bishop. Rook f8 was played, bishop e3, take, and f5. We go back. Queen, rook b1, queen a5, check. That's a king d1. This was one interesting move, just trying to take the pawn on c5. Is there anything else?
Bishop f3.
Queen c2. I'm not sure. Maybe I don't have to take. Maybe I can play.
I want to play something like knight e4, but you can take it. But maybe you have the rook to d8.
Maybe I can only play moves like this, solving the problem with the king, which white cannot do. But this is very difficult. Maybe I can just play like this. Play king g7.
Then
This-
you have b4. And knight b7. And rook is in this range.
Not yet.
Yeah, queen d4, queen b2.
We will see what happened. King d1 was played. So we have this position, and now Elyanov is down to 17 minutes for 24 moves.
But okay, the same variation, but can you play knight e4? Queen c2, knight e4. We got some rook d8 stuff.
I have to develop my bishop so I can play king e2 later on. But the black must be okay, I guess. But still black has not castled. This rook is still a problem. And this. And with opposite, yeah, but with opposite colored bishops, the attack, maybe white will soon attack. Take this one, and then the rook will enter. Okay, shall we hear a little about this very exciting draw? You can come, both. If you take one.
I can take this place.
No, it's good to have you.
Okay.
They want to see you without your glasses.
Okay.
I think.
I just forgot them.
You forgot, yeah.
In the most sunny day, I forgot my sunglasses. Of course.
Yeah, we understood. So this was prepared for with H6, maybe not the most
No,
common.
I just had the game with Anand on Bundesliga.
Aha, with
So
H.
for me, it was much more easy to play because
Okay.
I just new ideas. And I thought that Eric since the game, so we discussed, it was right, but for no reason he declined to play the main principal
No,
move.
I didn't find it.
Okay. You chose the game but didn't find it. Okay. Maybe you did not expect that I will play Russian, yeah? Petrov, I mean.
Yeah, sure.
No.
I mean, there was a lot.
A lot to
you
look
could
at.
play.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
but it was
So how,
obvious.
how, so
It was
how,
obvious after my yesterday game. If you would see my
Yes.
commentary, yeah, my decision would be
Okay.
so easy yeah,
Right.
to predict.
so how long did we follow this Anand?
So 97, rookie one, exactly was like that. And he played, Bishop played 95 after a long think, and it was a big mistake.
He played this.
Yes, and because he went for forced variation after 95, D, Bishop C5, Queen H5, and he missed that after Bishop E6. I think he missed, I don't know, Bishop H6, GH, Bishop E6, I have this Bishop F2 check. Maybe he did not miss it, but his evaluation was wrong.
In this,
Bishop F2 check, yeah.
yeah, I
this
can
was
take with
important.
check, and then you,
And then I'm slight advantage in position, but then I slept away the infamous, and so it was draw.
so it was a draw.
Yeah.
Okay.
But there was one point that I could achieve some advantage.
But that you will play next time. You play
Yeah,
this
but
one.
in this position, there's idea to mate black with Queen D3 or Queen C2.
I realized Queen C2 is what
Yeah,
I should have
but
done.
Queen,
The problem is Queen D3, which is most natural. Then
Huh?
B5
B5, very tricky idea.
and Knight
Bishop
C5.
Okay, Knight C5, exchanging
Black has better position already.
because of this
Mhm.
nice trick.
So I couldn't play Queen D3, which was my
Mhm.
first intention.
But-
And
So
yeah,
what you
Queen
want-
C2 is
Yeah, principal move. Idea is to take on H6, of course.
You want to
Who's winning?
take, and you have this check,
Yes.
and you win the bishop.
And I was not sure what to do here. Maybe King H8 or Knight B6, Knight D5. I don't know actually, because Queen F6 looks natural move, but then Knight D2 very unpleasant transfer. Knight in the center with tempo, and
Mhm.
there's some pressure I think on black.
But what if you played Knight B6,
Knight B6 I
And
was
then-
considering. Yeah. Bishop B3 I think yes,
right?
and then
And
Knight
then-
D5 probably.
But maybe Queen F6 here.
Or Queen F6 here, okay. And maybe now the Anand's idea, Knight D5, I don't know. Or still Bishop F5 I have.
So on this you can play.
Bishop B5, then Queen has to retreat on D1, or I've never analyzed this position. I don't know. Eric, did you check it a bit, or?
No, I mean, I don't even recall. I had a quick look with the
Okay.
computer, but I don't recall it.
But anyway, Queen C2 is, I think it's the only way to advantage. Otherwise, I just develop, change pieces, and Black has not any weakness, so why have to be worse? Just question of time.
Yeah, you have to
Yeah.
neutralize.
Yeah, Bishop B3 was
Yeah, it's too slow simply.
too slow. Yeah,
Mm.
Rook E8 I have to play. I think control E5 square important.
You
And
take.
yeah, it's all natural moves. And Knight F8, of course, not to blind Bishop E6 after Knight F6. Just
Yeah, and this then you
the
can.
problem was that after Bishop E6, Queen E4, if I play, he takes and play Knight G5, very strong move, in this way.
Ah,
And
okay.
I think just pawn up. Yeah, okay. So I have to play Knight F8. It's only move, but also same time it's good move.
Yes.
Open diagonal for bishop. So bishop D2, what else? Bishop E6, Rook E1, Queen D7. I think it's all those logical moves. And when both players playing normal moves, it's usually draw, yeah?
Yeah.
What to do. Especially in the last round when you can risk to lose everything, what you do before.
Yeah.
So,
The 95
no,
also normal
yeah,
move.
if white not be accurate in this position, can be worse easy because pawn structure on the queen side is bad. With Rook E8, B5, A5, I have like this. So it was, I think, forced, yeah, to change this bishop.
Sure.
I have to take also because this knight is very annoying. Rook e8. I think it's natural.
Mm.
I was going to provocate Eric to play queen e2, and then he never had these ideas on the third horizontal. I can just go back on d8 maybe. Yes, this was my idea.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I don't play, yeah? Probably. No, I mean
No,
with rook.
Sorry.
Yeah. And then never queen g3 now. So queen
Ah,
g3
okay.
is not so good, well placed.
No.
And maybe c4 was last chance for try to do something here. Because when you played h3, then I got this time, a6, b5. But now I don't have anything. So c4 I was a bit worried. Did you see it?
Yes, I thought about it, but
What was point? You declined? You have the open position for two bishops.
sure.
Yeah, it's the only way.
Yeah, I'm not sure. What can you play?
I was thinking
Yeah,
to
I
play b5 maybe.
Yeah, I would like to play b5, but
Yes, but I'm not sure. Yes, cb.
how is it?
Bishop b3, then bc. Yeah. First, you have this.
Intermediate.
Intermediate,
Yes,
yeah.
very important move. If I don't miss something in calculation. Looks like it works. Yeah. Just palm down. Yeah. So b5. This way is I cannot play.
And if knight g6 first?
Yeah, knight g6, then you play rook e1 probably.
Now, no. Now b5.
This way. Yeah. And what is difference? Then you take on e1 and play queen e6. Yeah. Is that?
Yes.
Okay, this is nice. Yeah. Bishop b3. Maybe this is solving problems.
Take on e1.
No, take.
Take. Yeah,
E1,
sorry. Take.
Then queen e8 or e6. I don't know. Yeah. Okay, then it's losing for white probably.
Mm.
Yeah. Maybe knight g6. Yeah. So after knight g6, no other place for rook. Maybe on e3.
Sorry.
C4,
C4.
knight g6.
Knight
Rook
g6.
e3. But then always this rook d8 move also is coming. Yeah? Knight e4 ideas.
Sure.
Yeah. Maybe it's nothing for white. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, now we don't have d5 move. Probably. Yeah, okay. So h3 was normal move, just for any case, waiting, and I realized that c4 is coming, so a6 was...
Because now you want to
b5,
always play.
yeah, and then also always some variations, queen b8 check, takes pawn on a7, so...
Mm.
And also I have a solid position and don't need to hurry, I'm just waiting what white wants. So a6 was same time waiting move.
Mm.
Yes, I was thinking about c4, b5, d5, but my queen will be pinned, and
Yeah.
I thought
Maybe
queen d, rook d8 somehow.
Mhm.
Somehow. I mean, it's also possible to throw in knight g6.
Mm.
Yeah,
I mean,
so-
earlier, even,
Mm.
but not looks like it shouldn't work.
Yeah, I did not see something special for white here.
No.
Queen g3. But okay, this position was very interesting. After f6, rook e6, very interesting sacrifice. I was worried about knight e6 and bishop h6. And either if I go king f8, you have bishop c1, very annoying move, with either bishop h3 check.
Uh-huh.
And you already have good compensation, and still you're pushing. So maybe king f8, it's wrong move. And I cannot play g5, I think, yes, because of h4. Maybe I'm just too dangerous, yes.
Yeah.
Like. So I was not sure what to play here in this position after bishop h6. Maybe b5 first block to try to block at least white squares.
Like this.
Yeah, maybe like this. Yeah. Try to play a5, next move h4, rook at a3, and then king f8. I don't know. But still, I was not sure what's going on. Yeah? Maybe you can put bishop on d6, bishop a4, bishop d6, and
Mm-hmm.
my king is a bit not safe. Yeah, maybe I have to be under pin forever. Yeah, after
Yes.
king f7.
Mm.
Okay, I'm not saying that white is better, but some practical chances still remaining.
Mm.
Because what was in game is just dead draw. Okay, maybe Carlsen would play with
Yes.
both colors and win.
Yes, we
but,
both.
it was not today. Yeah?
So you. And now there was mass exchange.
Yeah, it's fourth variation. And now white has to change because there was
Yeah.
queen b1 check. and the king goes to d3, my king goes to e6,
Six.
c4, knight e7. Okay, it's like dead draw. Yeah?
Mm.
Nobody can
Back
do
and
anything.
forth. No.
Yeah. I'm not sure that Carlsen will win it.
Depends on who is playing,
Yeah.
I guess. So the last chance was this exchange.
Maybe, yeah,
sac-
maybe.
sacrifice.
Maybe I played not so safe actually. I realized after f6, rook e6, it's not as comfortable as I thought. Yeah, I think you played bishop c1 when I realized. Did you see it, rook e6 idea, or you just slide?
Of course I saw it, but
Yeah.
somehow I didn't believe in it.
Because you are not worse for sure with two pair of bishops and pawn for exchange. And
Yes.
question is, you are better or not. So you will not risk anything. You always
Okay.
put your king on h2, then bishop goes to d6, maybe c4, c5 ideas coming.
But do you have to play f6?
If I don't play, then it's a bit unpleasant. I have to play because always bishop h6, rook h5 also sacrifice ideas.
So if I play, for example,
I don't know. I was thinking maybe dangerous some way. Maybe
Because
it's possible. Maybe
Could you play knight g6 instead and then b5?
But knight g6 you take twice and queen b8 check.
Okay, but a2 is also hanging.
Ah, that's the point. Okay, I don't know.
you mean this? Then we can
Okay, this I missed. Maybe I should go for it. It was more safe way, yeah. And then queen c4, yeah, and holding on. Maybe black is absolutely okay here.
Yes.
Maybe white. I missed completely the pawn was on a2. So what to play here? Maybe rook e3.
Rook e3
Yeah.
and b5.
e5. Yeah, I should play like that. It's probably. And maybe some moment knight e7 now. I completely forget about a2 pawn. Yeah. I thought that I'm just losing pawn. I'm crazy. Yeah, of course, I should get punishment after f6, yeah, if we took on e6 immediately. Yeah, of course, knight g6. That's wrong move. And still possible play.
So maybe I should take an e6. Try to make
So this is
this was
I
last
mean,
chance, I think.
yeah.
And my problem is that I don't have any chance to win this, I think, if white plays correctly, not push too much. Only I need to hold all weaknesses somehow from all sides, yeah? Many ideas for white. h4, h5 coming, I don't know, c4, d5, c5, bishop d6. So easy to play, yeah? And always to defend it's much harder. So I was a bit worried about rook e6, but when I look Eric's face, he was not so aggressive today. I was hoping
so
he will not sacrifice it.
he never looked.
Maybe also yesterday game was affected a bit, yeah? Probably.
Yeah.
Sure.
He lost confidence a bit.
Yeah.
Happens, yeah. But still, knight g6 completely, I missed it, yeah. What you was going to play after it? Big rook e3?
No, probably take on e6.
And
Knight g6.
But then the game is maybe dangerous for white because
It could be a pawn.
yeah, a pawn is and white light squares.
Yeah.
You wanted to play this?
Yeah, actually queen on c4. Yeah, it could be dangerous.
Because you have to.
And then queen c4 and then knight goes to d5 some moment and.
Yeah, this is dangerous.
No, it's practically very hard. This Carlsen would win with me for sure. I'm sure. But okay, let's go back.
Okay, so just go back with the rook.
Yeah. Wow, what a blunder, huh? Yeah, rook e3, but then what Eric mentioned, b5. This I was going to play all the time, yeah? And
Yeah, it's
I think
very natural.
black has slight advantage, in my opinion, yeah. Because a5, a4 I want, also knight e7, knight d5. You must play very careful. That's the point, when you miss this c4 move, I mean, last chance, yeah? Then you give me this blocking chance. Wow.
So maybe I should put the rook on e1 to have this bishop h6 trick. I mean,
some
in
moments,
future.
yeah? Yeah, some moments.
Play b5.
Still, yeah.
b5, yes.
Natural.
Now
h4,
h4,
maybe.
h4,
king
exactly.
h7.
But now bishop c.
I got under the
But
king, yeah?
this-
Bishop c2, yeah, bishop c2 is dangerous. No, king h7 is bad move. Yeah. Maybe I should take on b3 now. It's time. Probably you take on e8 first.
Yes.
Take. Any queen e2 ideas?
Yes.
Still, it was game. I mean,
Bishop E3.
maybe king h7. With either queen d1, you have to play king h2, then queen h5. Yeah.
Mhm.
No, it's again it's dangerous. Maybe it's a really bad forward.
But because now this
Two
one.
pawns, 2 pawns are weak. Yeah, h4, b3.
Mm.
You have to play b4, and then it's very dangerous position. Queen d1 check, queen h5, and just clearly advantage.
Mhm.
Yes, suddenly boring game could be not so boring
Yes,
after
yeah.
knight h6. Yeah.
But would be even more fun with rook take e6.
Yeah, rook e6 and
Then would be very interesting. Mm.
I would have the same result as in the game. Okay, what to say? Was interesting game, I think, still.
Yes, but we had hoped it would go on a little bit longer.
Yeah,
But of course not in the final position.
yeah,
There is
final
nothing.
position, okay, it's just
Nothing.
we could try something, but
Yeah.
it was just spectacular. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, what do you think about this ending? Short is
Uh-huh. It's also important who is moved. Black probably, yeah.
black, probably b5 last move.
Uh-huh. So
Probably a draw. Should be.
okay, if she play a6 next move, it's not draw. So he maybe has to take, yeah, with b1. What's going on? Activate rook.
Take. Should I give it some checks maybe?
Rook c2, yeah. Okay, I don't want to go with king on h2, yeah? But maybe it's interesting idea. Go to with king.
Because if I
Yeah, if you give me this f3 pawn,
Mm.
because rook
Then
e2, g4 always coming.
yeah.
King
Only
F4.
move probably. So with checks you send me to hell, h2,
Yeah.
then go back with rook, 7. Okay, but only white pushing still, yeah? Maybe some moment even h4, not now
Mm.
because g4.
No, I have to
First check, yeah. Check maybe. King f7.
look at 6.
Then rook h6, yeah. Okay, so it's still dangerous, yeah?
Mm.
So what is the counterplay then?
But you should take because
Yeah, I think so.
this must be very
Yeah,
dangerous. So you have to take, and this.
It's like force, yeah. How not to play rook c8? So obvious move.
Yeah.
Check also. So it's all logical moves, I think. King on h2 should be worse than on f1, yeah?
Mm.
But maybe not, yeah?
Should I put?
I will take with check, rook b6 check.
Yes. You give a check and then you take.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
a
that's-
problem.
Yeah. But then this is.
Maybe we miss something, but looks dangerous.
Maybe it is dangerous.
But how was he choose this position? He had absolute normal.
She had
What
nothing,
happened?
but short didn't really want to
so
accept.
he pushed to win.
I think he tried to.
he tried to lose, yeah.
Yeah, tried to keep
Usually
the
happens.
game going, like in this position.
He made weakness on e5.
It's
Yes, he played f5.
So he's not in good shape in this tournament for sure.
So this b5 is nice.
This is good move, b5.
Yeah, only move. If you want something.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, CB also only move.
Yeah.
I think so. This game is very interesting. What is going on here?
We have no idea what's going on actually. King f1, king f8 was played,
Rook
rook
b1.
b1, then queen a5 check,
King d2 only move, I think, yes. King d1 was played.
king d1 was played,
Okay.
and now it seems like he played h6.
Bishop 8, A3 first.
Yeah, okay, yeah, okay, yeah, sorry. Bishop a3 and g4 and then h6.
Okay, it's only
Because,
move.
because I have another move on my screen. I make it like
Yeah,
this.
g5 was extremely dangerous threat.
Yeah, and now h6. So this is the position. White is actually pawn up, but this
c5
one,
is falling.
c5 is falling.
It's very concrete position, eh? White has to be very hard, otherwise positionally it can be worse.
Yeah, with this king.
Yeah, king, and also if we pick up the c5 pawn,
Then the knight
bishop is
gone.
better.
Yeah.
What about f4? It's possible. Ah, but then queen c5, right?
You want to?
Yeah, but what was point? Why Niels did not take on c5? Maybe he was afraid of knight f7, probably. Yeah. Ah, knight f7. Yeah, looks like.
Hmm?
Then g5.
And then
But still, I think
looks like
it's nothing for white. I think
no.
queen d6, g6. Yeah. So he wants more, probably. Yeah, he wants
Mm.
provoke f1, then e3 on with h4. It's just no threat because of queen. So what else?
What happened with my pawn? So he went back with the queen to c2.
Ah, it was in game, yes.
Yes. So this is the position right now, and the point is
Mm-hmm.
bishop take. Then we have this.
Yeah, but if I take with queen,
Queen.
then you have to go knight change and go knight with f5, right?
Hmm. And s-
But
those are equal.
but knight e4. How about defend? Ah, rook b2 only move. Yeah, rook
Oh.
b2.
Ah, king e1. Then I have check.
Yeah. Wow.
Because it's here and it's.
But okay, black is absolutely in good shape.
Yes.
Maybe.
Because now the knight.
Knight d4.
Bishop f5 was very beautiful move. Yeah.
Mm.
Bishop f5 I was also considering.
So this is the position right now, and also Elyanov is very low on time.
Mm.
8 minutes left, 9 minutes left.
When you're spending too much time, it's obvious that you're really not in best form.
Mm.
It's playing a bit heavy.
Queen c5 is the only
Forced, yeah.
only move.
And you have to take.
Ah, but maybe not to take. Maybe knight f5 immediately.
Ah, to have the
Should be
king.
some difference maybe. If knight e4 now, should be some difference. Or maybe not.
Maybe not.
This
Knight
is
c2 is coming. Take on c5. Take.
it's the same.
Rook b2, it's like forced, yeah?
Mm.
I think black has advantage. h5 is also considering, or g6 and h5, maybe like that. What do you think, Eric?
Like this, and
At
h5.
some moment h5 even,
Mm.
but then bishop g2.
But bishop g2.
Yeah, yeah.
White is.
Okay,
solid.
maybe.
He played something different. He didn't take. He played
Really?
rook b8.
He's very aggressive.
We're
He's,
very ambitious.
Ah,
he
he
wants to take with the bishop.
Yeah, he wants to keep
Mm.
queens, yeah?
And stop
Mm.
this. So he wants
Okay,
to keep.
obviously players see much better than we because they are in
Yes.
game. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's good move actually.
Take with the bishop. We have to move the knight.
Yeah, with queen on the board,
Board,
when you have
with-
opposite color, usually who has attack,
Yeah.
it has advantage.
But I have to
Yeah.
escape somehow.
No, we cannot.
But to take with the bishop and c5 still it's a bit clumsy for black, I think.
But what should I play? This.
Or knight
Bishop.
f5.
Immediately.
Knight e4 is coming, so
Uh-huh.
first control is this square, yeah?
Try this.
And I know Niels will play g6 or something like that.
Ah, he was going to
No,
try
but
to.
then bishop
That's why I
g6.
wanted to play
Bishop
knight.
g6.
Ah, then we cannot sacrifice.
Uh-huh.
That's why maybe bishop g2 is bad move because of g6, yeah?
Okay.
So bishop d3 looks.
Let's take.
Yeah, the knight f5. What is going on?
And g6 probably.
Yeah, g6.
Coming to
Oh.
d4.
Yeah. Okay, even if I take on d4 and then play king g7,
Yes.
maybe it's still dangerous.
We come with.
King is a bit open. Maybe
Try-
long castle, eh? Our typical long castle, like king c1, king b2.
Well,
Okay, I don't know. I think time
Yeah.
travel will be decisive factor.
Yeah, d4 looks weak here.
yeah.
What is the time? 33 minutes
Against 8.
8. And
8-9.
and he need to make 20 moves in this.
Yes.
hard- Oh no, it's practically almost
Practically almost lost.
Yeah.
Mm.
because also Niels play strongest moves probably.
Mm.
He played bishop d3, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, it was obvious.
And if you play rook b8, I guess your plan was to take with a bishop.
Yes.
So this he will do.
Yeah,
Knight is hanging.
95. G6, it's so natural.
Yes.
But maybe he always finding some intermediate moves, yeah? Maybe
Mm.
he will first control somehow d4 square, right? Maybe queen b6, because white cannot play rook c1 because of bishop a3.
So want to come here.
And then maybe g6 idea too. What do you think? It's possible? But b4, yeah?
Mm.
b4 is wrong, yeah. So g6.
So we take, but this is
Take on h6.
Yeah.
I
I don't know. Probably it's bad, but
Maybe knight e4 here. Open all
yes.
all lines.
Yeah, it looks bad for white.
Knight take h6 just because it was possible.
Your hat is very lucky, yeah? Where is it?
My hat. I can bring it today.
So knight e4 and
Go
then
and bring.
and then just play like this.
Yeah,
and
it's safe and
advantage.
same time strong, I think. Just
Yes.
develop a rook and
Yeah.
one way game.
Mm.
Mm.
Like Barcelona versus Zaragoza game. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Knight g3 was also possible, but it looks better for black.
Yes. Yeah, come here. I guess.
Yes, very
So
natural.
he's still thinking, yeah, about bishop c5.
Yeah.
No other ideas, yeah?
What else?
I don't see.
So it's like this.
Mm.
Normally you should take on c5.
Yeah. Okay, short is still thinking, yeah?
Short is still thinking.
We are missing something better than CB? I don't see better.
Maybe he has other thoughts about
Yeah.
how unfair life is.
Aha,
So
you
on.
mean philosophical, yeah?
Yes, yes.
What I'm doing here.
Yes, and yesterday this, and now this, and yeah.
Probably.
Or is there another move? But if you cannot allow this,
Yeah.
take with a pawn on.
The king goes to c4 and the game over. I think.
Yes,
Very quick.
but maybe he cannot even defend this. Can he try something to stop
Rook
the
ending
break?
is very tricky, so always some resources for
Uh,
the side. Maybe he has to just play like rook d6, rook a6, and just wait. Or first,
And if white, yeah,
yeah, just something like that.
white brings the king.
King on c4, yeah. Just you want to go to c5, yeah, and then check on b6.
This is
This is your idea. Okay. Problems. That's what he's thinking.
So you would say it lost?
No, I don't say, but only white play for
Mm.
this. I would say for sure. Okay, maybe it's some tricky ideas for black. I don't know. He's thinking so much. We will miss something beautiful. No, you see. Yeah, this would happen sooner or later.
And probably it's too late to offer a draw. Could be.
Could be.
He should have made this 2 or
What if
3
he
minutes.
plays active, played g4 and tried to bring the king to?
No. After taking?
Yes,
No.
now.
So the question is, we need h3 pawn or not, yeah? What do you think? Maybe we need it to block h4. So rook b5. How is it? King f6, h4 first.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Very unpleasant.
That's important.
So if we try this and
Mm.
try to run,
Yeah.
black,
This
white
looks-
stops.
Stops everything and then,
And then
And now
this-
rook d7.
rook d7. Just waiting, but then rook b6 check. Rook e6.
Rook is.
King f7, rook h6. So same ideas all the time. Yeah?
Mm.
This e5 pawn is very weak. Yeah, e5. Main reason. why it's bad. I don't know. Niels?
Niels is thinking
No. Let's call it like that.
and short.
Don't
also.
tell me that he's thinking about push d4 or something. Knight d5 ideas. But
How you want to play this?
No, I don't believe it. No, I don't believe it. Just e4. Just e4.
Mhm. Just to show that this check is.
Yeah, but white can play e4. Simple, and then they got very huge square on c4.
Mm.
And white is winning maybe here. They have yeah?
I will not play this.
Of course not.
He will probably take on
Yeah.
c5.
But this is advantage to play a quick game, yeah? You can check all these games.
Yes.
Discuss, rest, smoke.
Okay, take. And knight f5.
Yeah, it's like forced.
Take.
Maybe white has to keep knight in the game. Maybe knight g3 is better, but still king g7.
King g7.
Not easy, yeah? Because bishop
King e2.
is extremely strong, like bishop. Rook h e8, maybe some bishop e3 ideas come. So some moments.
So we should do something with this rook.
Then
Bishop
bishop
a3.
a3. It's
Always. And now it's a real threat, yeah? t4 and knight d5.
Mhm.
And also maybe some ideas to
Should I run?
But then you have to consider in time trouble bishop e3 all the time, rook e3, and I think it's enough compensation and still attack. Maybe it's very bad for white. Some queen c7 coming also. Okay, maybe not now, but always in mind, yeah, these problems.
Yes.
In time trouble it's always, you see they are much more scary, yeah?
Yeah. But I
go
would.
to f3 instead.
King f3.
F3.
Yeah. Maybe knight d7, knight e5 also.
Maybe.
But okay, not so bad maybe for white, yeah? Knight e5, bishop e2.
Now at least I'm not
Holding.
mate. Yeah, my
But-
king is.
Okay, black has clear advantage, yeah?
Yeah, but with the king on d1, then it's really dangerous, of course.
Hard to say what him. Moment, what happened?
Nothing.
Same, yeah?
Uh,
They're playing this.
Now it took, a knight f5
Mhm.
and g6.
Yes.
It's played.
So now it's critical decision for Pavel to keep knight or not, because knight d4 seems obvious, but this d4 pawn could be
And
weak
also
in
with
some moments, yeah.
and also this.
But
E5 open.
in other way, bishop is very strong, so it's very hard decision now. And with 8 minutes, you have to trust your feelings. So I don't know, his positional understanding maybe tells him something. My opinion is that he has to keep knight.
So this move,
Yeah,
that
I would play that.
king g7.
Yeah.
It's very natural.
And king e2, something like that. Yeah, okay, but it's big decision, not for 8 minutes decision.
No.
You need at least half an hour to understand, yeah, all ideas. I don't know. What?
So maybe when the knight goes to g3, black will play bishop d6 later to disturb the knight.
Still with same ideas to exchange, yeah? And then c5 you want to push.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a good idea actually. Yeah.
But you would start
okay.
with
Yeah,
this.
sure.
Yeah, and then this is problem actually. Bishop d6, yeah. Maybe I'm not sure anymore about knight g3. And then c5 and
Yeah, I cannot allow.
yeah, but what to play? Like knight f1 or? Yeah, but okay.
And then you want to play c5.
That's always problems. Yeah? Maybe knight h4, knight f3 is a chance. With bishop g6 idea, same. Yeah, at least some safe place for knight.
And also some
Yeah,
sacrifice.
disturbing a bit.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but Yeah, with such a time you cannot. You have to understand that knight d4 is bad, knight g3 is bad, and then fight knight h4, which is absolutely not obvious. Yeah. But maybe it's wrong. Knight h4. I want to take on g6.
So knight e4.
Knight e4. Can I take?
Yeah, maybe you can take it.
But first you take on a2. This is the problem. But
okay.
I just go to king e2. Yeah. Maybe it's
I
not
know
king.
this.
Maybe I'm holding, and because you also have lack of develop. Queen c4. Yeah?
Queen c4,
Yeah.
yes.
Bishop e7.
Bishop c7, knight g2. What else? Nothing. Now it's dangerous for black also because
Now it's
your pawns are weak. Yeah, so
yeah.
if you don't make something quick, then
White can take over.
Yeah,
yes.
I think knight h4 is the best move.
Was not played. Queen b2.
Okay, but queen b2 is. We even don't
We
put
missed
side
it.
We
this.
did.
Yeah,
No.
missed. Yeah.
We missed it.
Yeah.
And it was immediately answered with.
Yeah, but that was Niels was thinking about, yeah, when he going for this variation. But queen
And
b2 is
Knight
in time
take,
travel seems very dangerous move. I don't know.
took,
Very responsible for white to play like that.
take.
It was in game, yeah.
This is in the
Yeah,
game.
Queen d4. Queen
Take
d4.
what it.
No, queen d4.
Is it
King g7. Or what's the point?
if rook d8, I
Take
can
on f6.
take.
Maybe.
I can just.
Hide, yeah. Hide.
Yes.
I can run with my
Yeah,
king.
yeah, probably.
So it should be
Maybe,
this.
But I'm not sure anymore about missing obvious moves. So.
So let's. If this, then we can
Mhm.
probably.
Yeah, probably.
Can probably
let's add this
run.
word. Yeah. Important. Rook
We
d2,
hope.
king e1.
Yeah, we hope we can run.
Now white's better.
Yeah.
But
So
king
King g7
Yes.
to come with this rook.
And king e2, most obvious. But
Yeah. And we come with the rook.
problem is a2 is also hanging.
Some moments rook d3 is coming. Maybe. Queen b5 check or not. Maybe it's too much. Yeah.
I want to take and check.
You know what is interesting? Instead of king g7, play king e7 maybe.
To avoid the pin.
Yeah, and then rook d3 and queen b5.
But it's already played.
What played?
King g7 played. I must.
King e2, problem.
And if I take, you just play.
Yeah, or even queen b2.
Yeah. So this is the move you want to play.
Yeah, but question is what after queen a4? Queen c3, queen c4, yeah? Queen d5, rook d1. Who is better?
Yeah, it's not so clear. No,
Yeah.
black sacrificed the pawn.
Mm.
So let's go back to king e2 position, yeah? What else here?
We have this.
Yeah.
King g7 is played.
Yeah.
Already played. And
But I think queen a4 is immediately interesting. Even don't give this pawn.
immediately.
Yeah. What is going on here?
If I can.
Then king e2. You want knight d5, right?
Yeah.
D5.
And
Queen
queen c3.
c3.
Yes.
King c3.
And king e2, rook b4 maybe.
Yeah.
And if I play queen c4?
I play knight e4.
Okay.
What would you say? You want to play
Yeah,
this?
Idea is to play if queen c4, then knight d5 maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting. But white has better option. Instead of queen c4, king e2, I think. Rook b4, rook c1. It's possible.
Before.
He played king e2. Okay,
He
forget
played
this
king.
variation.
We go back.
Yeah, king e2. He played most safe move. Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't think about a2 pawn for sure.
No.
And I think Niels will not take this pawn.
He will play this,
But then queen a4, yeah.
and then he will move his queen.
Queen e5 or?
Queen e5.
Mm. Okay, also it's principle if it's possible to play queen b2 instead of queen a4. The question is rook d3 works or not? Maybe not. Take queen p5, right?
Yes.
King
C2.
c2, yeah. So maybe it's nothing for black. Just one check, yeah, on e2, king c1. Rook d8, rook d1. Okay, without knight we cannot do anything.
No, with pin 9. The short is now entering this endgame.
Ah, okay, finally.
Finally,
Yeah. Okay, Harika will go to h2 for sure.
yeah, because she went
Mm.
back, so she will play this and come to h2, and then it's
Has-
dangerous.
Has to be defense somehow, I think. Feelings tell me no.
Has to be,
Yeah, usually my feelings not so good,
but how?
I don't know. Usually you have to have active rook, yeah?
Mhm.
Instead of defend pawns. That was a book's saying, yeah?
Yes.
But I don't know how to manage it. Okay, we can
see
again
this later. We take that again.
Any Annov's game is
More interesting.
because it's big time travel and
So king e2 was the
yeah,
last move.
Now it's quick decision for Niels, yeah? What to do. So I'm not sure that he played best moves then, yeah? Maybe he also meets queen b2 actually. Can be a point or not? So maybe all this
So he
all this line with starting with rook b8 was wrong. Maybe queen c5 was better. Just change queens
Yeah.
and play that.
he might have missed this move.
Maybe
Mm.
it's not so easy to
No.
say. For,
So he has to play,
yeah.
and now he has.
He played quickly d4. It's not
I
because
mean, he could play rook queen
yeah.
d8, but passive.
Yeah,
I think this was planned.
Yes.
yeah, but maybe it's wrong.
But
Pawns
he's,
are weak and also king pin. You just don't have time. White, I think at least equal. I don't know. Maybe even advantage for white actually.
Could
Yeah.
be. Could be.
Yeah.
Maybe no
pawn up
threats.
and the bishop.
Just no threats. I mean, nothing, and only weaknesses. He blundered something. I think. I don't know. Maybe he thought that this winning after king g7. I don't know. But
And rook d8, yeah.
that looks like. Okay. What to
Maybe
say?
he's also speculating a little bit with the time travel and so
Yeah, I
on.
don't know. Yeah, usually if you start to play on opponent's
It's
statement,
like-
it goes wrong.
Could
Yes.
backfire.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, backfire. Rook
Yeah.
d8 he played. H d8.
Yeah.
Okay, now the question is queen b2 I like more than queen e4. Yeah? Control this
to
knight.
pin the knight
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
still.
You just need to realize that it's
Yes,
nothing.
it's
yeah?
a good move.
Not so hard variation, I think, to calculate. Eh? That's
You only need to make sure rook d3
Yeah,
doesn't
absolutely,
work, and
absolutely.
then you can play it.
And what to do? If we not sacrifice, just rook d1, bishop c4, and just slowly winning with white.
But now
He played queen c4?
queen c4 was played.
So we are really missing something, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not saying anything, yeah, I don't know. But queen b2 was so obvious. Yeah, but queen c4 is not safe move, no? You give me this...
Could be rook b4.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
it could be
yeah.
something.
Queen a2 check.
And
He
this,
allows-
yeah, this pawn
What
always.
is it? It's... Let's check again, queen b2, 1 second. What we miss?
You want to take
Eric,
again?
I'm not confident anymore. Tell me something.
Okay.
But if we do it like
Yes. Check.
But
this,
King
King
e2,
E2.
only move.
and now,
Enough.
And b5.
Goes to e1.
and now something strong.
But what? Just lost, I think. Just I need 2 moves, rook h2, f3, and bring rook onto e2. Yeah? No, it's,
Queen
I
d5.
don't understand the point of queen c4. Maybe he was panicked. But better ask them after game. Yeah?
Yes,
I'm sure we don't see something.
there will be some
it's obvious.
explanation.
Yeah, but queen c4 I don't like. Okay, Niels has to take back pawn on a2, I think, no? Eric, at least equalize.
It's safe.
Mhm.
safe.
Yeah. Because probably Pasha goes to exchange queens, yeah, after queen c2.
It says it's not possible. I cannot have agreed a draw.
King didn't go to h2? Or?
Oh, it's wrong. Rook c7. He didn't check one. Stop checking.
Maybe it's
Okay.
not so big deal.
Yeah, Niels took an a2 with check.
Yeah, okay, it's good move. So queen c2, I think Pasha going to play. It's my opinion. He wants to
Mhm.
go to endgame.
Wants to play it safe.
Yeah, but queen c4 was bad move, I think.
No, he played king f3.
King f3.
He's running. Then he wants to put his king on g2 and counter the rook.
What is going on? Maybe go back with queen.
Mhm.
Rook d1 maybe.
Yeah.
h5.
Yeah, this flank is weaker.
Mhm.
Very strange.
Now black is better.
So maybe where is the queen?
Yeah, he gone queen e5. Yeah.
Okay.
Good move.
And he went back.
Yes, it's consolidation. Hard decision now, yeah, because rook d1 is obvious move, but then h5, yeah. Also, rook b4 is a threat, right? Just win the bishop.
Sure.
Yeah. So, but after king g2 is not possible, yeah, because of rook b4. Queen c3, rook g4, yeah. And then queen d5. Yeah.
There. Okay.
Just losing.
Mhm.
Or maybe we miss again rook a1 or something like that. I don't know. Seems dangerous, king g2. Okay, 4 minutes left, yeah? Extremely
4
hard,
minutes left, and he should make.
extremely hard to play.
Yeah, and he
I
has.
think queen b2 last good move, yeah?
Varför släppte John avgången?
Yeah, we don't know why he didn't. Why he played like he did. He has very little time.
Jay will explain after game, but
Yeah.
I think he
No,
missed
he's.
something maybe.
Yeah.
He thought maybe rook d3 is winning and then maybe he overlooked that king
There is-
c2
yeah.
and is protected, I don't know. But not sure, yeah.
Mhm. Now it's down to 3.5 minutes.
Now it's the problem is that if pawn would be on g3, then white is absolutely okay after rook d1, yeah, then king g2.
Sure.
But g4 it's
g4 is very weak.
key pawn for black. Then queen g5 is coming and in time trouble it's extremely dangerous. AG rook b4 idea, queen g5
Yeah.
idea, many
g4
ideas.
idea.
Also knight d7, knight e5 also is considering here. Also second idea, knight d7, knight e5.
Okay, now rook.
He played b4.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, maybe it's best move to
To
control
stop.
b4 square.
Yeah, stop rook before.
So I believe Niels will play queen
g5.
E5 or G?
queen g5. I don't like because queen c3
Again.
pin.
Again.
King e2 maybe, I don't know. Queen e5 more obvious. Simple. I don't know.
Can I play? But I still don't have queen.
Yeah, same idea, h5. So we need to somehow defend this idea.
I wanted to play.
Queen f4. No?
I wanted to play this.
Looks dangerous. I will
is.
take on g4 and queen g5. And probably you not survive long. Rook g1 or what? No, it
Yeah.
seems very dangerous.
But now at least I pinned the knight again.
Yeah, but it's not so.
But the king.
Not so useful, powerful pin anymore. I think.
No,
No, this is not.
I'm just trying not to lose in one move.
I can even go king g8. No pin, king knight d7. But okay, let's see.
So b4 was played, and black is thinking. And how much? He has 4 minutes against 20.
Extremely dangerous.
And we say maybe queen e5.
Sure.
I like it more than G5. No. Okay, let's check King G2 maybe. Simple move.
King
G2.
and
H5.
H5.
Bishop B2.
And Bishop B2, yeah. Maybe it's not so. Rook D2.
But knight E4.
Ah, knight E4 first, yeah.
First,
Fork on
Ah,
the
yeah,
Mhm.
forward from
Yeah.
D2 again. Okay, this is problem, yeah, always some chances. Different threats. Rook D1 maybe you have to play more. But still, knight D2, yeah. Some checks on E4, D5, I don't know. B4 is weak now,
Hmm.
I don't know.
Well,
Hard
very
time for
dangerous.
Pasha, hard
Yeah,
time.
very dangerous.
What was the point of B4? Seemed to help us back.
He wanted to control B4 square,
Or else this one.
Rook B4 all the time.
Mm.
Typical time trouble move, yeah, when you don't have time to realize that it's not so dangerous.
Now he played
Yeah.
Queen
E5,
E5,
yeah, of course.
so that was played.
Okay, Niels is, I understand why he thinks about obvious moves, because he wants to use his time trouble,
Mm.
blitz out next few logical moves, yeah?
Yeah.
It's good at Wittmann versus safe note. So what
So
can
maybe
we
rook
do?
D1 and then defend with the queen on F4.
And also Queen H2 always, yeah?
Aha.
But Queen
Aha,
But then rook H1
Rook
again.
H1,
Mm.
then
So you want,
yeah, it looks like.
now we played King G2.
Yeah, okay, so it was natural move. So we was thinking about H5, right?
Yes.
So rook H1 dangerous because we take and play rook H8 some moment, yeah? Maybe even immediately.
Mm.
Yeah, but rook H8 it's very dangerous now. Maybe he will play after H5 another rook, but then B4 is weak, yeah?
So H5.
Yeah, probably it's nothing better than H5, yeah. Yeah, this is very strong move with Eric inside after
Mm.
bishop E2, knight E4, yeah?
Mhm.
Very strong. It's extremely dangerous now. Also maybe H4, knight F2, I guess, somewhere. Or H4, knight G3. You finished? Show me.
It's a draw in the rook and
White draw? White was his draw after King G1?
No, King G1 is rook C7.
Rook H6? What we miss?
Rook H6 is rook C5.
Ah, rook C5.
Yeah.
always an explanation.
But okay, if I'm not happy with rook H6, for example, King H2 first,
So what?
King-
No, King G7.
King G7. Rook E6, rook C5, yeah? That's the point. So you think it's draw, yeah? Just the draw. H4, G4.
Yeah.
Maybe. I told you rook endgames is draw.
Yes.
Doesn't matter. Our opinion is, nobody cares our opinion. Just draw.
We can take a look at your game, but we wait.
Such a boring game that I don't think anyone would win.
At least we want to wait until after the time travel is finished.
Yeah, let's, after this time trouble, yeah.
Yeah.
It's very interesting. So,
King G2
you don't play
and
H5 yet?
no H5 yet, but
Probably will.
he probably will play it.
It's unpleasant to face this with white. Time trouble. H5 is a good.
How did King come to G2? When I said it was on D1.
Yeah, it was D1, but then he walked like E2, F3, G2. And it wasn't so necessary actually.
But
He played H5.
yeah, he played H5.
Now,
Now it's very interesting to see what to do with just
3.5 minutes.
3.5 minutes to defend this.
And if I raise, bishop e2 or something?
We're thinking about knight e4. Looks.
This knight
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe how is looks dangerous, but maybe GH we have to take.
Yeah.
I don't
Not to allow to open this file. And then maybe rook c1 or something like that.
Try to
Yeah, I don't know.
exchange.
But it's so dangerous to take
Mm.
GH. Yeah. I think Pasha even don't think about that. But this g4 pawn is very weak. Yeah, we
So
always need
to
attention.
defend, yeah.
That's the point to take
Mm.
GH.
so
Maybe
to
it's not so
take
bad.
and we take with a knight, I
Yeah,
guess.
probably. Or first queen g5 check, maybe not to allow rook c1.
Start with
Yeah,
this
and
one.
then maybe take even with queen, and then queen f3 ideas some moments. What do you
Sure.
think? Yeah,
Looks-
something like that.
Yes.
King h2 you want to play?
I don't want to
Looks
play.
dangerous.
Yeah,
King
but
f1
look-
is- yeah, king h2, maybe queen h5 now. Yeah, and then knight g4 is coming, queen f3, rook
Mhm.
h8, everything.
Wanted to-
taking time trouble.
No.
So,
Yeah, it's very difficult.
No, but the question what to do with g pawns and how to defend it. So threat is to take twice, yes, on g4. Just be pawn up. Yeah.
If you could move
if I
it,
play rook d1,
But which
rook bd1.
be the ones then before I don't know somehow. Can we attack this pawn or not?
so
Rook
now
b3.
now
You played
it's
rook b3.
rook b3,
2 minutes left.
trying to defend the bishop. Oh, sorry, the pawn is on h5.
Pawn, king on g2. I
King on
think.
G2.
Yeah,
King.
so it's like this.
Looks a dangerous move. Rook b3.
Yeah.
Sometimes a5 ideas. Yeah, is also some moments.
I think rook d1, I like it.
Yeah, rook b3 was more, but he was also scary to lost before pawn maybe.
Okay, what happened?
95 idea. Yeah?
Rook b3 is
95 was after rook b1.
But what happens if I take?
Yeah, take.
No, but knight d5, I have bishop e2.
What if I take and take the rook?
Tricky lady. Rook before queen c6 you mean?
Yeah.
Some trick here.
Okay,
Yeah.
I don't know.
This one.
It's already gone, so past.
But-
Past.
No, maybe.
You want check on d5, right?
Yes, and take the rook, maybe.
But
But
then,
will I get mated myself
I
later
don't
on?
think so. Rook h8 always. Yeah?
Uh-huh.
But queen e4 you have. No, you can take on g4, queen e4, queen e5, yeah? And it's winning.
And then you, so then you have this counter.
Yeah, f6, queen e7, rook h7. Yeah? And it's winning for it.
Mm. So not yet.
We cannot win.
We cannot win it
immediately.
immediately.
But feelings tell me it's not so nice.
How much? He has 2 minutes.
Okay,
now.
what about to take on g4 and play rook h8? Try to penetrate on h5.
Take.
Why not a5 directly?
You want to change a pawn to g4, right?
Yeah. I mean,
So what you want
Many
to play?
ideas for black. Yeah, you need to take time now. hg, rook h8, a5.
And now just
Many things.
Mhm.
a5.
He played it. Okay. Now
so this was played a5.
Niels on the way to take first place.
Yes.
Was a fast track. Yeah. 1 minute left. Yeah, one and a half.
White has to take.
Or else I just take.
Yes, so what takes?
What else? Yeah. Take.
Take. And I.
But I'm not sure that a5 is so good because after rook b3, queen b3, ag I just don't touch pawn. Maybe a6.
Maybe a pawn will be
Yeah,
dangerous.
so
A6.
it's not so obvious.
A6.
G3. maybe.
G3.
Yeah, G3.
Okay.
G3 a bit annoying.
Little
So
bit.
maybe a6 is better, but not to play.
So take on
G here. Knight g4.
a6 now.
Queen g5 maybe. Yeah, it was happened. BA, take. I think will be AG immediately here.
So now we have. Let's see, we have this. A5 was played.
Queen A5. Wow. Interesting.
Why not H4?
We
Yes, to
cannot guess
turn.
any move, yeah? It's
More safe.
like, I don't know, like 10 moves out of 12 we miss, yeah? Queen A5.
Queen takes A5 is a safe
Yeah,
approach.
and then come back.
Eric, something tells me we have to leave this place as soon as possible. I think Harika will see much more. Maybe
But
you
now-
can replace us. Huh?
But it's a bit slow as well for black. Now bishop E2.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
happened.
Bishop E2.
Mm.
He wants rook D2 maybe.
Bishop F3.
52.
Let's check. Yeah.
Bishop F3.
Queen.
I think I will say this. With the Queen G5.
How do we?
But also either Queen E5 H4.
Ah, you
Also
want to
not-
play this?
But okay, it's not
Yeah.
serious. Yeah, rook D1. So B2. Okay, I know.
But this is not played yet. So this
Bishop
is.
B2 played. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is the position. Rook D2, maybe.
Oh, he played Bishop E2.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But rook D2 is so tempting move, no?
Yes.
Ha-
Hard
so
not
tempting.
to play.
Yeah.
And this maybe. Or
No, knight bishop F3 is
normal.
normal. Yes.
Queen E5, I like.
Hmm?
Rook D1, rook B2. And H4 is the real threat now, I think.
You want to keep this one,
Mhm.
of course.
E3 under pressure.
Queen C4? Ah, sorry, Queen.
Yeah.
So this, then this, and this. Then you like.
H4.
Yeah, queen
King-
is
King
always
G1.
good on E5, yeah, in
But
the
King
center.
G1?
King G1. There's
Just protecting, yeah.
yes.
Okay, maybe not H4 in this moment.
Too early.
I can save this now.
Knight E4, I guess.
Yes.
Works or not? Or first take on G4 and then Knight E4.
But maybe Queen A3 was not the best.
Yeah.
It's not the best square.
D3, yeah.
D3
But-
is better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you always have Queen D4.
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course. Yeah, okay, maybe.
Maybe he
Not rook
defends.
D2. We never guess they get moves, yeah? Maybe he will play Knight E4 or something.
We have to guess more different moves.
I have
For any case, yeah?
Yes.
No, for sure.
Just,
Knight E4
just
is
say
an
all moves, yeah?
option.
Queen E5, rook D2. But Knight E4, Queen B2, I don't like.
Knight E4, Queen B2 and Rook D1, right?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
This is- So rook D2, like, maybe best move, I don't know.
So this.
Once more, yeah, let's check. Okay, Queen E5 should be good,
And we played
yeah.
this.
Rook B2, yeah?
Queen D3.
And this. And now.
Suddenly White's king is safe now. King on G1 and White is good.
Maybe some Knight H7, Knight G5 somehow.
Queen
But,
D4.
Queen D4, yeah.
Immediately.
Yeah. Okay, so now it's okay again, yeah?
And how much time does Nils is down
30
to
minutes.
13?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Bishop B2, I think, was very strong.
Maybe he missed H4, Queen. H4, A6, D3.
Hmm?
Maybe.
You mean instead of
Yeah.
take on A5. Go back moves, one move, yeah, like HG, let's check it. So,
HG.
for example, A6, G3 is really dangerous move.
Looks so special.
Yeah, you cannot take at least. Yeah.
Yeah, it's too much.
Mm.
Okay, he has to take on G4, yeah?
Yeah, not A6 for
Yeah. Yeah, again, Niels played for time trouble, yeah? He missed the best move, yeah? It's HG.
Yeah, I mean, Knight G4 looks like somehow it should be over, right? H4, H4.
Mhm.
So what move do we like? This and this.
I like, but liked.
But where is
Not-
the
not
follow-up?
anymore,
We like some moves and then we don't like it when we are finished. Rook d2 played.
Played, yeah.
Mm.
So bishop
I
h3.
think which is obvious.
Bishop h3 is forced to play. I think.
Yeah, but you have to think a little first. You still have 2 minutes.
Maybe he's considering to play queen c4. You know. I don't like
Oh.
this move. Yeah, bishop
No.
c4.
Bishop f3.
Mhm.
And now Niels need a follow-up.
Queen e5 was.
Here.
you mean-
Mhm.
Mhm.
Waiting for the threat.
I'm sure rook d1.
Rook d1 force, yeah.
You see, Harika comes and we see much more. Yeah?
Yes, we feel the pressure.
We see.
Rook d1, it's normal.
Yeah, looks like.
Can you play? No, please.
No, not yet, but he will.
You will.
Rook d1. What to play? Rook b2. Yeah? Okay,
Change
maybe-
rook and play with c pawn.
Mm.
Maybe it's possible to play rook b2, queen d3, take on g4, and then c5 with c4 ideas.
Mhm.
Let's check it.
This,
Yeah,
this,
take on g4
4.
Rook
Take.
see.
c1?
and c5. Yeah.
Yes.
Rook c1?
Yeah, rook c1.
Now,
Rook c1. Maybe rook a2 and queen b2.
The queen c3 something.
Queen c3. Yeah. Yeah, queen c3 you have.
The queen c3 and then.
Yeah, if you change queens, then I will begin play for draw.
Wait, rook b4 was an idea.
what
Yeah.
do you, how
No, maybe.
you play this?
Okay.
Take, take.
Somehow rook b4. Maybe.
Rook b4, yeah.
In some.
Maybe immediately.
Queen c3?
Exactly, rook b4 was interesting, no?
Queen c3?
No, not now, I mean instead of c5. Let's go back.
Immediately.
Yeah.
Okay.
In this position,
Immediately.
bravo,
this.
Rick. But queen d6.
Still I can play rook c1.
Queen d6 also is.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Queen d6. Okay, rook d1 happens.
Rook d1 was
So chess
played.
is a draw. What you want to do? Attacking, time, trouble doesn't matter. It's always draw. Actually, we need to play with new system, I think, next tournament. When it's draw, replay rapid games
Yeah, that's better.
in half an hour, let's say. To have one glass of beer and after play.
Yeah.
If draws, then bleeds, yeah.
Yeah.
To get 0.75 points instead of 0.5.
Okay.
Okay, I think it's drawish position because white managed to consolidate in time because of this king g1, yeah? Simple move after h4.
Mm.
Yeah. Okay, maybe like c5,
Mm.
rook c1, knight h7, I mean, maybe this is
Knight h7?
queen
Or
c3.
queen c3?
Yeah, then change and bishop g2, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, then white is better.
Yeah.
A bit. Joking. Okay, rook b2 is only move to play, yeah?
Yeah.
What about this?
We should win the e4. And king g1.
What you played? Take.
We should win the e4 and king g1.
Mhm.
She's so quick, huh?
Yeah, but we have to check if it's correct. What she says. We cannot win with this one? Maybe not.
Rook d1, we have to change it.
Yeah, have to change.
Take on g4,
4. Take
c5.
c5.
Okay, but it should be draw because king is weak, yeah? Some moments will begin checks.
Queen a1 and queen f6.
Yes, some moments.
Some
Maybe
moments.
king h2 first.
Yes.
But okay, some practical chess. But what if I not go to queen's endgame with white? There is also one move, I think, instead of take, maybe rook.
So no, it's like this.
No, I mean
Rook
we
takes
go in
d2.
different way. Yeah, rook d2 and have this active king in game. Maybe queen, queen c2. You think, yeah, or queen d3 even. Yeah, queen c2.
Now I have to take.
Take. This is better reduction. Yeah. And then blocking queen c4. Yeah. Okay, this is for sure draw.
Yeah.
Queen h2.
You have one more move.
Okay.
Always one more move
Mm-hmm.
to check.
Yeah, maybe still. What?
Check.
What doesn't want?
Yeah.
Black queen sub pawn.
Yeah. We
What do you want?
queen h3. Yeah.
Take.
And queen h4 check. Yeah. Okay. That's hard to believe that knight f4 works,
But maybe.
maybe queen d1 was better. Take on d2 and queen d1 and take with queen.
Play like this.
Yeah.
Okay, I do the same.
Take on g4 probably.
Yeah.
No, g4 I take on c6 now. So we cannot take
no.
So c5 and gh maybe. Now I open your queen and should be okay. This pawn ending is...
I'm not sure.
Me also. Okay, so should be
I'm
draw.
just risking.
Should be draw. Yeah, okay. Seems like Niels in shock now, yeah? he missed something for sure. Maybe bishop b2 he missed completely, yeah? This transfer, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How much?
We have video of players or not?
8 minutes left.
Okay, time is not so important anymore because it's so easy to play for white.
Easy position. Also
Yeah.
for white, I think now it's.
Yeah, I mean, it's for such a strong master like Pasha, it's enough. Okay, 94, bravo.
Oh,
Who's it?
yes.
You?
Yeah, but I know him very well.
Okay. I believe
So two options.
Pasha will take on d2. Yeah, now we know that it's for sure two options here.
Yeah.
This for sure, yeah?
I can play queen
Yeah.
a3 also.
Where?
No,
But then take on queen h2, same idea. No?
queen f1.
Queen f1, but it's not.
He took on.
He will never play it. Queen d1 he will play, I'm sure.
He took and played queen d1.
Yeah, okay. It was, yeah? Queen
Take
d1?
on f3. Queen takes. So this is not a position.
What we were thinking about, yeah.
And c5
No,
probably.
he took on g4, but what after
But-
queen c6? What we are missing?
We are missing nothing. He is forcing a draw
Forcing draw.
because this is now a draw.
Okay, so he didn't believe there were
No,
any real chances.
he gave up the winning chances.
No, then it's just.
Which he still wants to maybe try with c5.
No, he already played hg.
Yeah, hg4 and
No.
queen c6 also.
This is already.
Of course. That's it.
So he took on c6.
Okay, it's like.
Took on h3. King will take. There was
Pasha
no-
had two queens and game in this tournament. They both draw.
And this
Okay.
is. On this was also
Not
move
interested
40.
anymore.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Queen h5 played, and now probably agree draw. King g2. And now a draw in this. So what's finished? So maybe we can get the players in here. Not sure. Now it was shared win between Jobava and Gandelius. They got 3 points. Plus 1 was enough to win the tournament. So they both got 3 points. Lung, yes, Jobava. And on 50%, Elyanov and Blomqvist. and then Dorana Valley and Short 1 point behind them. So today it was 3 draws. But still interesting game, especially this one, the last one. Looked like Niels was on his way to a full point. But then couldn't find anything, and it just exchanged down to a draw, securing. So a good tournament, but it could have been even better. Okay, we take a break, and we will see if I can find the players and force them to come here. But we take a short break, and we maybe come back.
Sure. Okay. This H3 is very rare. But I saw
Probably.
you played once before.
Probably I played against someone.
Yeah, I remember some game. But if I play e6, you maybe don't have to play d4. So I thought this was.
Yeah, maybe this is interesting.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, you probably have to play d4. No, not clear. h3 or a6, which one is better? I mean, e5, I suppose you just wanted to play bishop b2 anyway.
Yeah.
Castle long, and it will be similar.
Yeah.
So I thought b5. Okay, if you don't play c5, it's I thought quite
Maybe, yeah.
quite normal.
Yeah.
I mean, bishop d3, bishop b2.
Mhm.
I will just take at some point and play
Yeah.
c5. But this is more ambitious. Bishop b2, e5, and here you said
Yeah,
castle. Yeah.
castle, yeah.
It should probably be played. Yeah. You said queen e7, maybe e4. Yeah.
Yeah.
And if b4 you want to take.
Yeah, I don't know, let's check.
Takes, d6. Yeah.
No, but d6 is too much. No?
It's too. Is it? I was not sure during the game. Takes. Say you take.
Mhm.
I mean, you will get one piece down, but
Mhm.
a lot of pawns, and
Mhm.
maybe it's too much. I was a bit afraid because queen is maybe trapped also. Queen e6, knight g5.
Mhm.
No idea. But probably I should castle first.
No, castles and I have.
Ah, yeah. Then you can
the
take.
Second, yeah, this below.
Then yeah. So first e4 and then.
Yeah,
say
then at
castle,
some
yeah.
point before maybe also. I don't know.
Yeah, after f3 probably.
F3 then maybe I can take her. Okay, I don't know.
Always very messy.
It's messy. Yeah. No, okay, I don't know. F3 maybe it's not clear. Before then.
I mean, you can also move. Yeah, it's not.
Yeah.
No disaster.
Rook e8 maybe.
Yeah, I was thinking something like this. You take
Take with the knight.
with knight takes, with rook takes, or.
Maybe
Ah, yeah,
take
also.
with the pawn.
Yeah, with pawn bishop.
Maybe d5 here is possible.
d5. But even bishop c4, rook f1, I thought was.
Bishop then knight f6, bishop f6. I don't know.
I don't, yeah, bishop is bad on b2 also. I mean, it's very complicated. It's even too complicated.
Okay, hard to say. Maybe you can take on f3 also.
Yeah, sure. You want to take with the pawn probably, yeah?
Probably before and then. So not that clear. I mean, or before.
Ah, you mean first play?
First. Okay. Also, I don't know.
Maybe to sacrifice, or
maybe only two.
even 92, yeah?
Okay, because it's also maybe interesting to cover f4 square.
Yeah, sure. Okay, it's very complex. But I was expecting you to castle long, of course,
Mm-hmm.
because this somehow.
Yeah, it was not so practical.
Not so practical, especially when you were already a bit low on time to go for this, because.
Yeah.
Okay, I have to play bishop f5.
Mm-hmm.
You have to take. Okay, this is probably king e7 is just bad. You will have check. Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah. So this check.
Mm-hmm.
This is all forced, and I guess bishop a3 is the move. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But now g4 was very nice,
Mm-hmm.
because we were discussing this queen c2, rook b8, bishop d3, and now g6. I simply couldn't see how you defend the knight, or how you save it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe some.
Maybe 4, yeah, but okay, it's
I mean, always you. Yeah, I mean, you will at least be a
It's
bit
dangerous,
worse.
yeah.
Yeah. No, but g4 was very nice, and now I was not sure. What did you expect here?
Yeah, okay, I expected you take maybe.
On c5 with queen.
Yeah,
Or
or
with bishop.
the bishop is possible.
Bishop also. And you wanted to take or play g5 first?
Probably take. I don't.
Take.
Maybe even g5 here. I'm not sure.
Yeah. No, g5. I thought at least it's playable. I take and play g6.
Yeah, it's also
Not clear. Queen c2.
better. Maybe okay. I mean.
But I couldn't
hard
see
to
why
say,
why
but
not to take. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe just take, and probably it's more or less draw. Yeah.
Should be. No, I was expecting if I play take on c4, it should be very close to draw. But I wanted to fight, but it's risky for me. Now this, again I can take, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Still should be drawish. But this is on first, I guess. G6. If not G3, I guess.
No, it's
It's
probably promising for black, no?
about equal maybe.
King G7, I mean King G7, King E2,
Mm-hmm.
Rook E8, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
Even maybe some Rook C1, Bishop A3 repetition, I thought was.
Yeah.
I mean, it's, unclear. But Queen B2 is critical, of course. This was the idea. Takes, Queen takes, King G7, King E2. Yeah, I can take, but then I'm a bit worse, no?
Mm-hmm.
I guess. Just slightly better for white. So Rook D8, but here Queen B2.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Jobava was saying Queen B2. And I thought this was okay for me, but it seems not possible.
Mm-hmm.
The king is just escaping.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah.
Probably. But you also didn't really consider.
I didn't really check.
Because it looks dangerous, but in fact.
In fact,
not at all. Yeah,
not
just
for nothing. Yeah.
just nothing. And if I don't take, then already I mean, what to do?
Yeah, just
Pawn down.
clearly better.
Yeah, because even you can move the bishop. Next bishop c4.
Mm-hmm.
I'm always pinned. That's the main problem.
Yeah, just.
So if this rook d3 doesn't work, then
much better for me.
yeah, just much better. So this whole idea of me was not very sound, probably. But after queen c4, already I'm better again, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. This. H5. Rook b3. Here we were discussing maybe to take on g4. Or takes, rook h8, and back, and it's not clear what I'm doing next. Maybe in fact white is just okay.
Yeah.
It's quite possible. I was hoping, of course, because you were a bit low on time, but it seems not that easy at least. So a5 takes. Okay, last critical moment if I can take. But you play a6.
Bishop.
Bishop e2 first, sorry. And a6 next, and looks again not very clear at all. Yeah. It was possible to play on, I guess, but difficult to believe that black is better. And after this, it's already a draw, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, I need two moves, but I don't have. I need to play here h4, let's say, queen g3,
Mm-hmm.
or knight e4 also.
Mm-hmm.
Rook d1, yeah. I can get many endings, but they're all completely wrong.
Rook b2,
Yeah, rook b2, queen d3.
take, g4,
Take on g4, hg.
rook b4,
Rook b4. Queen d6.
take on g4 with the knight.
Protecting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, still take on e5, rook c1. It should be very
Yeah, but
good drawing chances, but
yeah,
okay,
of
here.
course, of
I mean, the
course,
game.
at least you have
Yeah.
another pawn, but I agree. You will not win.
This is
It's draw. Yeah.
yeah, it's quite. But I didn't see this knight takes g4. I thought rook c1. And anything else? No. Problem is rook d2 is coming next.
Yeah.
Should be quite simple to hold. Yeah, nothing.
Yeah.
Most likely. Yeah. And this was just drawing stuff.
This was just
Yeah.
what to do.
What to do, yeah? Chess is drawn.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thanks.
Thank you.
Congratulations to the victory. So we are still. Yeah. Then the tournament is over. We have shared win between Bado Jovava and Nils Gandelius. 3 points out of 5 was enough to win the tournament this year. And on shared third, fourth, we have Pavel Elyanov and Erik Blomqvist. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stellan.
Thank you.